Good day, everyone. I greet you in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Today, of course, is a very special day in this honorable house. And just before I pray, just like to give a couple comments. As I was thinking about today and our beloved Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill and his life, I concluded that if we can say that H. Lavity Stout was our Moses, then Ralph T. O'Neill was our Joshua, who took over so ably from the man we consider to lead us into the era of prosperity and peace. Dr. Martin Luther King said, "Not everyone can be famous, but everyone can be great, because greatness is determined by service." And I think all of us can agree that Ralph T. O'Neill dedicated his life to service to his country, above self, above everything else. He did that. And for that, we are truly grateful to God for having him loan him to us for the time that he has, and the contribution and the effect that he's had on all of our lives. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for the men and the women of this honorable house. We pray that you will continue to watch over them and guide them in all truth and wisdom, that you will always have them in the palm of your hand, because we know that they need you, and I believe that they know that they need you. So, Father, we thank you for them. We thank you for the life of the Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill that we celebrate today, and that we are ever grateful for the mercy and the grace that you show to all of us. So as we go into these proceedings, we pray that your presence will be here. The memory of this great man would remain with us, and his legacy would live on, his love for country and for people. So we thank you. Be with us today. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Please be seated. Good morning. Welcome to the third sitting of the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly, where we'll be paying tribute to the late Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. This house is now in order. I call on the clerk.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Firstly, I'd like to recognize the presence of the former First Lady and wife of Honorable O'Neill, Reverend Idris O'Neill, along with his two daughters in the chambers. I also want to bring the public up to date on the planning of the state funeral for our member emeritus, Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. As was previously announced, we will have 2 days of viewing, Monday 9th and Tuesday 10th December 2019, at the House of Assembly chambers. The public is invited to view Mr. O'Neill's body from 10:30 to 4 p.m. on Monday and Tuesday. There will be ground transportation for residents of the sister islands of Virgin Gorda, Anegada, and Just Van Dyke for Monday and Tuesday, as well as Wednesday. Today, the Government Information Service will announce details of time and ferry service. On Wednesday is the state funeral. That's Wednesday, the 11th of December, 2019. We will start at 9 p.m. with a procession from the Ralph T. O'Neill Administrative Complex, and we're inviting all uniform organizations and other interested persons to be lined up at the administrative complex from 8:30 sharp, so we can be ripe for a 9 a.m. departure. The procession, that will include uniform organization and marching band, will depart the administrative complex, the Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill Administrative Complex, passing along the traffic lights, will turn right to the roundabout up by the O'Neill gas station, will turn right passing the Flow building, passing the fire station, and making a right onto the House of Assembly, passing the Kettle gas station, the Tubman Tree, and then on to the multi-purpose sports complex. The funeral service will start promptly at 10:30 a.m. on Wednesday, and it will also be a closed casket. And that day also is a public holiday. Immediately following the service, there will be a motorcade down to the waterfronts where persons will be taken by ferry to Virgin Gorda. The burial will take place on Virgin Gorda. Once we arrive in Virgin Gorda, there will be a vehicle procession from St. Thomas Bay on Virgin Gorda, proceeding to the Speedy Road, then to Millionaire Road, and we'll all stop at the Catholic Community Center, where everyone will proceed on foot to the burial ground. Following the burial, ferry service will return to Tortola and Anegada. Residents from Just Van Dyke will also return to Rotown, then onward to West End for their trip to Just Van Dyke. Effective today, the Government Information Service will be bringing more details as it relates to the state funeral for our member emeritus, Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, OBE. At this time, I call on the clerk. Okay, I'm advised that they want to show a video or audio. So before I call on the clerk, I will ask that that video or audio be executed. Audio.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank all the speakers today for their contribution, not today and yesterday, for all their contribution to this debate. And some of the kind of things they said about me, and I wonder if such a person like me deserve all those accolades. But my motto, Mr. Speaker, is I'm not perfect, but I try. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we carry out an exercise conscious of the fact that it is not a nice time in our history because of the financial crisis and many other things. But we have tried, and I must say, Mr. Speaker, with the understanding and patience of a good cabinet and our good House of Assembly, and with the hard work done by the Financial Secretary and the Minister of Finance, and the clerk of the House and her staff, we were able to get through. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Mrs. Evans on a new position as clerk of the House. She had a real, what do I call, hot baptism. The visit of the CPA, the estimates and so, but I would say she come through with flying colors. And although I believe she can do the job. And all the other staff, I want to thank them, thank you and thank them for your cooperation and your willingness to work with us. Mr. Speaker, naturally, we would have liked to do a little more, or to even propose a little more, but we all see and know how things are. Mr. Speaker, we have got to do, all of us have got to do our best to get this message across to people that, yes, the budget has been passed, or will be passed, but that money is not there. When I was a little boy, I used to hear them saying about the big chest down in the down rotund. But there's no such thing as a big chest down here in rotund that this money is in. That $279 million have got to be collected from them and us. And we have to make every effort to see that we get that money in. And it could be done, I believe, by without becoming packers and whatnot to the people. I believe that could be done. So let us, the civil servants, especially those who are responsible, let us go to work and get it in as much as possible. I think the honorable member for the 7th district also raised the point of being vigilant. Raised that point, and very good point. We must be vigilant, and we must make sure that when money is spent, value is gotten for it.
Okay. That was the voice of our dearly beloved Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. And let me also recognize his two daughters, Esther, who is also the wife of the Deputy Premier, and also Abby, another of his daughter, in the gallery. I call on the clerk.
Item number 3, tributes of the late Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, OBE, Member Emeritus.
Members, I am hesitant to impose a time on speaking. I will humbly suggest 1 hour each speaker, but I'll be so guided. And I'm also happy to see all members are decked out in their black and white, and it shows your love and your commitment to our former member, Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. So with that said, who will be the first speaker? I recognize the Honorable Mark H. Vanterpool, member for the 4th District. You yielding? Okay, so far we'll do Honorable Fraser, then Honorable Vanterpool, then the Junior Minister for Trade. So we'll start first with the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House, the Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope everyone was listening to Mr. O'Neill as he spoke. The first thing he said, he wanted to thank us for the kind words we've said about him. So if anyone had any ideas of saying anything that was not kind, I think that would put that to rest. Second, I'd like to start by extending my heartfelt condolences on behalf of my constituents, my wife Karen, and myself to Reverend Idris O'Neill, Esther O'Neill Whitley, Abigail O'Neill, his daughters, and Cheryl O'Neill Trevitier, his other daughter, who's not here, and his son, Ralph Jr. Mr. Speaker, you can speak for a whole day about Mr. O'Neill, whether it be in his private life, his political life, or a combination of both. Today, I'm going to basically limit my contribution to his political life, particularly that part of his political life that I have been a part of. He's been in politics for 40 years, and I can speak with some authority about his last 20 years, particularly the last 16 of those 40 years, because I served with him. And I take a backseat to no one when I say that the capacity in which I served with Mr. O'Neill for those 16 years is second to none. If you were to look at his relationships in his political career, especially in his heyday as chief minister or premier, those 16 years were his most formative, the last 16. I encountered him in 1986, on a political level. As you would recall, the C.B. Romney government from 83 to 86 had reached a stage where its demise was imminent in 2016. In 1986, its demise was imminent. And Mr. O'Neill was fingered as a person who the survivors of the government or the group would have been able to work with. And I was charged with the responsibility to give him a call to see if he was prepared to make such a leap. It is obvious that he declined because the government was dissolved and a new government was formed in '86 under the VIP, of which he became a part. And from 1986 to 1990, the VIP was the government. And from 90 to 95, the VIP again had formed the government, of which Mr. O'Neill was a part. Leading up to the elections of 1995, must have been a year before the elections really, as the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor, he was excused from the privilege of serving as a minister. And in 1995 election, he came back. He won his seat in the 9th district. He came back and formed the government. I worked with the campaign in 1995 because Mr. Honorable Lavity Stout had called me to join his campaign, the party campaign team, to work with them and try to win the government. I remember one Sunday evening we had to go to Virgin Gorda, and the boat was leaving from Trellis Bay. And we weren't sure what kind of boat we were going on, what size boat and all the rest of it. You know, it's a special trip that's going to be made, and Lavity became concerned. So he asked me to call Ralph to find out what boat he's going to afford us to use to go to Virgin Gorda. Obviously, he wasn't too pleased about the call because he gave me an answer like, oh, we got the Queen Mary, we got the Queen Elizabeth, well, which one you want to choose? So I returned the message and I said, well, that's the answer I got. And we figured it out from there. But we went to Virgin Gorda anyway, and as you know, he won his seat. He became the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor again, and the Deputy Chief Minister. But the 1995 elections didn't go down too easy because the VIP did not win a majority. And it was the first time the at-large system was tried. Me personally, I don't like it. I make no bones about that. It's the first time the at-large system was tried, and everyone knows why it was tried, why it came into being. The at-large system came into being because the VIP were winning too many elections, and the Foreign and Commonwealth Office couldn't figure out a way of getting rid of them, so they figured if they got the at-large system, that would have been a group of people who were isolated and apart from any political parties, and they would be the power brokers. But the clever gentleman that he was, Honorable Stout, he ran a slate of at-large candidates as well. And that changed the dynamics, it changed the philosophy. So we were unable to form a government. Well, based on the elections outcome, we were unable to form a government outright. And 4 o'clock in the morning, we started down in Long Bay, trying to put a team together. 5 o'clock came, 6 o'clock came, and we were unsuccessful. They said they were going home, they were going to retire, but little did I know, they didn't really go home and retire. They left Long Bay, and they came to Maria's. They went to Maria's, and they started working again, continued to work, trying to find people to join the government. We only needed one. When we got to Maria's, sat there for a while, sun came up around 8 o'clock. Mr. O'Neill was called upon. He was there among the group. Terence Letson, Oliver Sills, Lavity Stout, Real George. So he's there sitting among us, and he said to us, because we started asking, has anyone made contact with this one and the other one? And down in McNamara, at the same time, he had 7 people sitting in a house that could have formed the government, but they couldn't agree who was going to be the water boy and who was going to be the chief minister, who was going to be anything. So they had an argument down, they had their own fight down there. So Mr. O'Neill said to us that he had a conversation with Eileen Parsons, and she told him that she would join us if he is the chief minister, and he told her no. Remember that. That's a point I'm trying to make. Remember that. He told her no. Mr. Lavity Stout is the leader of the party, and if anyone's going to be the chief minister, it's going to be him. So despite us trying to form a government and the opportunity presented itself, a government, everybody wants to be in the government, nobody wants to be in the opposition to anybody. Opportunity presented itself. On matter of principle, he said no. That's loyalty. And I don't know how many minutes passed. It seemed like a whole day passed before someone showed up with Alvin Christopher. And there we were able to form the government of 1995. The government of 1995, from what I've seen, you know, it wasn't long after the government was formed that H. Lavely Stout passed on, and his successor was his deputy chief minister, Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. And Ralph O'Neill, under the circumstances for which he didn't campaign on, so therefore he was quite prepared to be a member of the government. As you know, as you notice, he did decline the opportunity to be chief minister. He was prepared to be a member of the government, and given the condition that we saw Lavity in, there was every indication that he could take the government through for 4 years. But despite all that, Mr. O'Neill came in and he took over the government programs. And as far as I am concerned, that 1995 administration might just have been his most productive and successful administration in 1995. Even though I wasn't a part of it, I'm giving them the kudos for my observation, because it was the administration that gave us the expansion to the cruise ship pier at the time, the James Walter Francis I prefer the term highway, even though it's not. And it set the stage for the Terence B. Letson International Airport, because it was in that administration that all the planning was done, all the documents were prepared and all that. He had a young Minister for Communication and Works, Alvin Christopher, and he was prepared to move mountains if he was given the opportunity. And he was given the opportunity, and between them, a lot was accomplished. I joined the party in 1999 as my colleague, Premier now, Andrew Foy, we both joined. And I tell you, getting to be a member of the Virgin Islands Party, and I guess that was easy. The easy part was being a member, but getting on the ticket was, for both of us, was a nightmare. I don't know how he did it, but we did it, and we got on the ticket. And from then, I mean, both of us were successful in our elections. It might just have been the best thing the VIP has ever done, but I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't say that. So we got on the ticket, and now with Mr. O'Neill being the captain of the ship, we had to work with him, and him with us. We go into the election campaign, and as fate would have it, you know, things that you think were simple, would have been simple, became so complicated. Things that you think would be easy became so hard. And just weeks before the actual election, we campaigning, we did all kind of things. We went through trials before, through the campaign process. We lost I remember we lost our chairman, and thank God Mrs. Reverend O'Neill stepped in and we were able to pull it off. And our chief minister took ill. It wasn't public knowledge, but the chief minister, but those of us who were members of the team would know. He took ill. And thank God it was brief. Thank God he pulled through it, and thank God he was able to come back and campaign with us and finish the campaign and won the election. Won the election. I was fortunate to have become, this was a time when we had 4 ministers in the government. I was fortunate enough to become the minister for natural resources and labor, and work with him in his administration. At that time was the executive council, and we sat down in the governor's office. So by that time, Honorable Parson, after Mr. O'Neill took over the government in '95, by that time, Honorable Parson had become a minister in his cabinet, and she was a minister in the 1999 cabinet as well, and she was a deputy chief minister. It was her being the deputy, Alvin Christopher and myself, the other 2 ministers, and of course the chief minister. And the trials continued. I don't think he ever had a smooth chance in his administrations without some form of turmoil or upheaval or whatever. And did I mention in the 1995 administration, he ended up firing a minister, just to show. Then came 1999. By 1999, he had good practice in doing that. So when a group of individuals who obviously wasn't au fait with their constitution, they didn't bother to take the advice of those who were advising them, because they had a top lawyer with them. I don't know why they would have taken that trip all the way up to Beef Island just to be told that it can't work. But it's a good thing I was younger then, and my heart was good and everything was good, so I could take stress. Because when Honorable Christopher Alvin called and asked me where I was one night, and I'm like, you don't normally do this. Why you ask me where I'm at this time of night? So I'm coming for you. He came, picked me up. We're driving, and he's explaining to me, well, a group is trying to, he used the term overthrow, but it wasn't, we don't go that far, it's not overthrow, but pull a coup on us. Okay, thank you. Pull a coup. Well, who is this group? As you know, in 1999, when the NDP first came on the scene, these guys were, I mean, they were like the GQs of politics. Dress alike, they look alike, they did things alike, and they came in here and they argued alike, and they all wanted to go over on the government side alike. So their ambition took them beyond 4 years. They couldn't wait 4 years to take the government. So they got one of our members, that's him, Colin. They got one of our members to join them in this coup. Because in the parliamentary democracy in the Westminster system, if you can call a vote of no confidence and you win that vote, usually it's brought by the opposition, and you win that vote, it indicates that there's no confidence in your government. And if that happens, the chief minister, premier, whomever he is at the time, is with no choice but to advised the governor that the House of Assembly must be dissolved, and advised the governor on his preferred course of action, whether he would like a new election or he would advise the governor to ask someone to form a government. But this group didn't really understand that that's the way it works. You can't just form a majority, not form a majority, but put a majority together and go to the governor and say, here we are, we are now the government. They had the majority because the minister from our side, the deputy chief minister at the time, from our side had joined with them, so they did have a physical majority. But they actually went to be filed to the governor. Savage was up there at the time because something was wrong with the house down here. Someone was telling me how many bridges there are between Long Swamp and McNamara. But they didn't even, without even mentioning the real bridge, somewhere along the line you should have come to your mind that something should have said to you, hey, this thing ain't gonna work, you know. But after they gone to Savage, and Savage said to them, or the governor Savage said to them, this thing can't work. Someone here can speak to this better than I am, but I don't think they will. I wasn't there. I don't know who was there. So they came back, and trust me, none of us was supposed to know anything had happened. Nobody was supposed to know anything had happened because it failed. This was a Tuesday night. I knew it was a Tuesday night because Wednesday's cabinet. Wednesday's cabinet. So we go to cabinet Wednesday morning. We got a table. All the ministers and the attorney general and the governor sitting around this table. And we all there. Remember one minister was up at B-File on the same night before. We all there. Like nothing happened. Poor me, I pretending like, what's Mr. O'Neill waiting for? Chief Minister, you know what happened last night. What's the deal? Why are we here? Okay. He's a master tactician, so you'd follow his lead. He follow his lead. So he done check with her. See, so we asked him later, what happened? What's going on? He said, well, I asked the lady. She said she wasn't there. She wasn't before. But I asked Etlin, and she told me that they were there. She said she was there. They were there. Okay. So what are you gonna do? What do you expect me to do? Well, you weren't a minister with us yet, so you were in that mix, really, that little cabinet mix. But he had already discussed in detail with the member for the 5th district how they're going to fix this whole thing. And trust me, by 2 o'clock that day, it was fixed. We met up in a little apartment up there in Lower Estate, there in the back of the Botanic Station, back of Botanic Station. Well, I got immunity here, so if I don't say it now. Back of the Botanic Gardens, and we came out from there with an agreement. And the government was able to continue. Alvin Christopher became the deputy chief minister, and we went about our business. This was the administration that actually, one of the first things we did was to go up to Beef Island and break ground on the terminal building for the Terrence B. Lettsome International Airport. We break ground. And at the helm, at the same time, was Honorable Christopher Alwyn, because he was the Minister for Communications and Works. And he went to work on that project. We completed it, dedicated it, and again, 1999-95, this again was one of those huge undertaking and successful completion of Mr. O'Neill's administration, the 1999 administration. I look back at those first 4 years that I spent, and Mr. Foy could attest to that with Minister Premier. Those were among, without question, hands down, the most productive years of any government. The things that we were able to do with far less. I remember our budget was $119 million in 1999. With far less. For in my case, you know, we literally moved mountains. Those of you who couldn't remember Mount Savage and Mount Peebles. We literally moved mountains, and all that dirt that was piled up there, we took it and carried it all over the place. I took dirt from the Anegada, and some went West End, some went Carrot Bay. And build a mount of sand up at the airport, dredging sand to reclaim the sea to build the airport runway. All that took place under his administration in 1999 to 2003. He wasn't done yet, because he ended up having to relieve his deputy chief minister again for reasons that were not to his likings. And then I became his deputy chief minister. Well, I had known that I could be fired, so I behaved myself. and I lasted to the end of the term. We got into the opposition, and those years between 2003 and 2007, they must have been our lowest years. I've seen Mr. O'Neill in conditions that I have never seen him in before or after. I must have been in the same conditions that I've never been in before or after. Because you know, when you just come out of a government, and he's been in government, as I said, from 1986 all the way up to 2003, including serving as the chief minister. So I've seen him in condition that I've never seen him in, and I've been in condition that I've never been in the opposition. But there was a lot of plotting and planning, and he was good at that. He plotted, he planned, and we were there with him, Foy and myself. We were there with him. It was an administration where, as you know, it was the first time of real worth that a matter came from the Public Accounts Committee and went to the governor in seeking a commission of inquiry, and was successful in getting it. The results came out, and the matter was executed. This was to do with stamp duty and the avoidance of payment of taxes. He was the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. It must have been, he is the only person that I've seen, because of his background, knowledge. He must have served on the Public Accounts Committee many times before, that understood the inner workings of the government and the legislature based on his background. We were able to put a team together. He was able to put a team together for the 2007 general election. But before that happened, I sat here in the opposition with him, and I listened to him. And I can remember when I was in the government with him, one day he said to me, Fraser, you never wish for the opposition what you don't want for yourself. And when you're sitting in government, you feel in your mind that you'll never get in the opposition. As a matter of fact, you feel that you'll never lose your seat. So you don't listen. You don't understand. It doesn't mean anything to you because the privileges that you have, especially sitting in the front bench, you think that you'll never lose them. I remember being a minister, and after we lost the government, a couple of days after, I'm at home cleaning my pool. And I actually put the brush down, and I went over to the phone, I pick it up to see if it's still working. And it was working. But all those people had found a new minister. I wonder if they had wherever with me. But that's how it works. I mean, they just cross over. So that happens. I was in the opposition. Imagine if I had lost my seat completely. So when he said to me, never wish for the opposition what you don't want for yourself, after coming here, I understood what he meant by that. And it's because of experience. So I remember when the Premier, our Chief Minister at the time, Dr. Smith, he was putting together a constitution negotiating team in 2006. Because the call has to go out early for that. Committees has to be formed. There's a possibility that you might have to do some district reboundary. And the call went out, and the committee was formed that went around seeking the input of citizens for the review of the Constitution. And then there's another committee that will be formed, usually formed, which is the negotiating team. This is the team, the local team that sits with the UK team to discuss what our needs and requirements are here locally, and their team from the UK will decide whether or not they can accept them. So when the Chief Minister came before us with this list and the negotiating team, the members from the Legislative Council that he had were only government members. And Mr. O'Neill said to him, he said, Chief Minister, the British government will frown on you if you were to go there with no members of the opposition. And oh boy, was he so right. So the list was expanded to include Mr. O'Neill and myself. We worked. We had differences between the government side and the opposition. There were differences. I don't wish to go through them now. But those differences persist, and they were never addressed. I remember calling on the Chief Minister before we went to London, and I said to him, Chief Minister, have you spoken to Mr. O'Neill about our differences? He said, no. I said to him, you ought to do that. Even if we continue to disagree, what might help us if we could agree to disagree. So far, we don't have an agreement on the disagreement. He never did it. We go to London, and when we got to London, we went to the London House for a pre-meeting. And the Chief Minister is outlining his strategy for the discussions with the Minister to finalize the Constitution. And in his discussions with us, he had 3 speakers. Again, 3 speakers, all from the government side, plus his chief negotiator, advisor. We go into the room, sat at the table with the minister. This is the Minister for Overseas Territories, Scotty Billingham. Sat at the table. The Minister for Overseas Territory opened his statement, followed by the Chief Minister, because the Minister is now telling who to speak when, followed by Chief Minister. After the Chief Minister was finished speaking, he said, Leader of the Opposition. I was sitting next to the Leader of the Opposition, but he wasn't paying attention to, because he's not supposed to speak. He wasn't paying attention. He said, Leader of the Opposition. So I go like this to Mr. O'Neill. And he looked at me and said, you gotta speak. Okay. Remember, he wasn't supposed to speak, so therefore he's not prepared to speak, you would think. And he started to speak. And he spoke. And the Minister for the Overseas Territories' jaw dropped. This is what he was talking, the knowledge that he has. He didn't need a prepared script. And he captivated whomever was in that room at the time. That's the power of the man, Ralph O'Neill. It was a learning experience for everyone who knew the background of this whole ordeal that we went through with the Constitution. One of the things that he advocated in the Constitution for the amendment was that there be a speech from the throne. As you would recall, there was no such requirement prior to the 2007 Constitution. The Constitution didn't even mandate that the House be prorogued. So we never prorogued the House between 2003 and 2007. It just went straight through. It was one session. And that is something that he was able to get, among others. So between the 2007 to 2011 government that he was the chief minister of, 2007 to 2011, we won the government in 2007. He became the chief minister. Okay. Yes, I remember. He was then, and the constitutional amendments, the upgrades to the Constitution made some changes to the way we talk about things. This House of Assembly was the Legislative Council, and the Chief Minister became the Premier. Chief Minister became the Premier. So, winning the 2007 general elections, he became the first Premier of the Virgin Islands. I guess Dr. D. Orlando Smith could boast being the last Chief Minister of the Virgin Islands. So there we go. We had our cabinet. And also the Executive Council became cabinet. We went into a cabinet form of government. And cabinet government is different in the sense that decisions are made by cabinet as opposed to before ministers were making decisions. I remember that through a statutory instrument, ministers made decisions that are now going to the cabinet for decision by all the members. We used to sit down at the governor's office back in the days of the legislative council. That's where we sat, back in the days of executive council. And the cabinet actually started down there. But somewhere along the line, early on, I don't know who told them to do that, but they decided that they were going to do some mold cleaning down at the governor's office, cleaning for mold. And who tell you? Mr. O'Neill took the opportunity to move the cabinet from down by the governor, which is very rich, and move it up to the chief minister's, the premier's office. This was a masterful move. You got to have guts to do these things. And it's been sitting there ever since, where it's supposed to be. And those are the kind of things that he was known for. If I remember, there was a time when a group of individuals were marching in the streets, and they were marching against the Bywater project. And while they were marching against the Bywater project, I guess they were marching, it was targeting me. Mr. O'Neill were entertaining them in his office. He was having a meeting with them. So if you remember, H. Lavely Stout would say, one enemy is too much. I guess his motto would have been, you keep your enemies close. And that's how everybody always wants to be on the good side of the chief minister or the premier. And one conversation with the premier could change a whole lot. A phone call with the premier could change a whole lot. And he understood that. He got a whole lot more done that way than the head-on fight and collisions. Our 2007-2011 administration, we produced. There were a lot of things that we were intending to do and we didn't do. Because a lot of strategizing and a lot of planning, a lot of discussions took place between 2003 and 2007 while we were in opposition. Because remember, Mr. O'Neill, at the time, he doesn't drive, or he didn't drive. And at the time, we've been even coming to meetings here. After the session, he has to get home. And naturally, me living down in West has to pass his home. I had a Land Rover. It was high. It was easy for him to get in. And he drove a lot with me in that Land Rover. And my Jeep as well was high, was easy to get in. Talked a lot. I remember one of the things that we were supposed to be doing while we talked, the Queen Elizabeth Park. You know, there were a line of trees going on there that were destroyed by the hurricane. And they were posing a difficulty for a plan that we had. We talked about it. And he would say to me, after they placed the fence for the Queen Elizabeth Park, that fence has to move. Got to move the fence. Because the whole idea was to put 4 lanes of road from the roundabout down to Fort Burt. And when people talk about 4 lanes, they see it in the same light as they see the James Walter Francis Highway. Traffic in 2 lanes east, 2 lanes west. But not necessarily the case. one of those lanes on either side of the road could be used for parking. And if you were to do that, any metropolitan area you go and you see a lane of traffic, a lane on the one lane on the side of the road up against the sidewalk is people. That's where people park. If you were to do that, you can eliminate the parking problems in Road Town. Just like that. So after we got the government in 2007, a consultant was engaged to design the roadway. And they finished the design. After they finished the design, they submitted it. And I was moving ahead, put up a billboard and to alert the public that this is coming. And he decided not to go forward with it. That's one project that we were planning on doing, never got done. It was stopped. The cruise ship pier. A contract was actually awarded for the cruise ship pier, for the expansion of the cruise ship pier. That never got done. One of the reasons it didn't get done is because when we went to inspect the existing pier, it was in such a state of disrepair that it didn't make good sense to expand the pier with the old one being in such a state of disrepair, so we concentrated on fixing that. We had an investor who was ready and fit. And we've been in caucus and we discussed it, and the caucus gave him the green light to go ahead. We had the green light to go ahead and to develop the land side of the cruise ship pier. That didn't happen. So when the new administration came in, they were able to expand the cruise ship pier, build the pier park, and those were not new ideas. The Western Ferry Terminal. Again, we had documents for that to proceed. That got stopped. Manchonil Bottom in Vojingara. That's where we're going to put the freight terminal. That didn't happen. So, all in all, Mr. O'Neill had huge ideas for the territory, huge ideas. Not always had all the tools that he needed to do the things that he wanted to do, or the timing wasn't right, I should say, as well, for the territory. But his accomplishments were many. Those hailing from Vojingara in the 9th District can speak to his many accomplishments in the 9th District. I almost got my jaw broken because I went to Vojingara and I made a statement that, you know, the representative at the time didn't have the reach for the 9th District. And I said it because I knew what it took. I knew what it took to be the representative of the 9th District. The 9th District, for all intents and purposes, the examples in the Commonwealth, could be a separate country, entity. There are examples in the Commonwealth: Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, Nevis, with their own administration. Everything Tortola needs, Vojingara needs. Vojingara and Anegada. They need police stations, and they need police. I have a district, it's in the 3rd District. The police in Road Town serves the 3rd District. You need a hospital in Virgin Gorda and Anegada. The hospital in Rotong serves the whole of Tortola. Airport. You need an airport. There are some who don't believe it, but I do. You need an airport. If you had an administration in the 9th district, is the only thing, next closest thing to being an independent country. And having a representative with reach is the only thing that's going to keep the 9th district viable. When I say reach, I mean somebody who has the ears of the boss, whoever he is, or be the boss, whoever he is, be the boss. Because the kind of resources that you need for that district, you can't just be any representative and get it. You need to be smart as well. And you need to be a person, you have to be a person who can capture the attention of those people that are living there, those rich folks in particular. So when I made that statement, I wasn't saying it in isolation. I said it because I had a good example from which I was speaking. That was Ralph O'Neill. He was all those things. So I remember going to Virgin Gorda in 1994, around there. And it might have been the first time that I had really been to North Sound like so. And I drove that road from the valley to the Sound. And I was in awe. A huge expanse of resources. It's not a cheap development. Many places in Tortola, you can't even get a dirt road that long, much less the kind of road that you have up in Virgin Gorda. And if you're not the chief minister or the premier, or if you can't get the ears of the chief minister or the premier to do those kind of developments, you suck salt. Another thing that Mr. O'Neill was an advocate of, which is something that I myself is an advocate of, that both Anegada and Ross Van Dyke needs its own representative. And until I hear my leader, who's a premier, speaking that language, I'm not following. That's forward thinking. That's forward thinking, and it's progressive. Those are the kind of things that we need to move this country forward. You can't afford, in my view, every Virgin Islander is a citizen of the BVI. And no one should have an advantage over the other. I would say to you that a pallet of block in Anegada should cost the same as a pallet of blocks in Tortola. Until that happens, the guy in Anegada is at a disadvantage. And if we have a man in this house pounding the table, sitting at the table looking for his slice of the pie equally as everyone else from those particular islands, Anegada and Ross Van Dyke, I'm not taking anything away from the representative in the 9th district or the representative in the 2nd district. But reality is reality. And Mr. O'Neill advocated that those two islands should have their own representative. And I'm an advocate for that. Now the 2007, the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 makes provisions for the expansion of the House of Assembly. Some people were arguing for a 6th minister, and the compromise reached in order to get the 6th minister was that you would have to expand the House of Assembly proportionately. There would have to be a proportionate number of members who are not ministers to the ministers. And one of the compromise is that in order to get a 6th minister, you must expand the House by 2. And you can expand it up to 16, 18 if you wish. But this is the proportion that they're looking at. 6 ministers, 15 members. The option is there to do this. And I haven't heard the Premier's views on these matters yet. But I'm just reminding that that is one of the things that Mr. O'Neill put forward. Mr. O'Neill was a tickler for places in the Virgin Islands, being the names of places being maintained. As a matter of fact, there's a piece of legislation that I am not sure where it is. I don't think it was assented to, where those provisions were covered. And he was speaking specifically of the whole situation up at in the east, where Hodges Creek had become Maya Cove. And I think it irks him. And that's not the only place in the BVI where names have changed. People willy-nilly just called places different names. Some people remember that they had a friend in some part of the world, and they came here and they bought a piece of property, and they named the property the friend's name. And he wanted to put an end to that. And I want to take that a step further. And I'm going to advocate this. It's along the same lines, where every area in the BVI, which we know, you can't walk a mile in the same area. You're going to step in, you walk a mile, you're stepping into different areas of the territory. There's Rotong, there's Lower Estate, there's McNamara. But most people only know Rotong, Hunton Gut, Duff Bottom. You go in that way, you got Slaney, you got Fisher's Lane, which not too many people care to know about. But if you're going to be in the Virgin Islands, if you want to be a Virgin Islander, these are things that are important. I remember when I went to New York to live, and you ask someone their phone number, they tell you ST4 3456 or MU6 4951. And that tells you everything that you need to know. ST means Stillwell, MU means Murray Hill, and you know where this person is based on those numbers that they gave you in the character and the location. So you can use this for so many reasons, for so many things. But we just have to make sure that we maintain our history. And history can't be maintained unless it's documented. I know that Mr. O'Neill was a walking encyclopedia. I don't know if this has been chronicled or documented, the things that he knew. It's not too late. He wasn't living alone, and he wasn't living in isolation. So there are a lot of people who remembers the things that he did. We owe it to this country to make sure that it's documented. That should be a government project. You don't spend 40 years in politics, 40 years in this little room. 40 years in this little room. How humble do you have to be to make that happen? I got 20 years, and I don't understand how he did 40. That is something that we have to cherish. You can't just have a public holiday, funeral, and then let it go like that. You can't afford to do that. No. We must do more, we must do better. After we left office in 2011, you know, there were many times that, before that, during the 2007, 2011 government, I remember going to the UK with him, which was something that I've done on numerous occasions, going to the UK with him. But I remember we had this framework for fiscal responsibility. That is the same thing as the Protocol for Effective Financial Management. And in June of 2010, we went there to sit down with the minister. This is Billingham himself. We went to sit down with the minister to discuss it, because the draft that we got was not something that was acceptable. Everybody knows about the borrowing guidelines and the ratios for net debt and what have you. So we got the overseas territories, all the overseas territories in the Caribbean region to agree with us. We had a meeting here at Scrub Island with those chief ministers on the matter. And in our preparations to go to London to finalize that agreement, an election got in our way, which took place in November 2011, and we lost the government. And when the new administration went to London, they came back with the Protocol for Effective Financial Management. In my view, and it's clear for everyone to have seen, that the very things that we were trying to preserve were the things that they lost. For instance, the reserve, when we were in government, the reserve meant all the monies that are in all the government accounts, whether it's a consolidated fund, any fund, counted towards a reserve. When they came back with the framework for fiscal responsibility, Protocol for Effective Financial Management, reserve meant an account separate and apart from all these other government accounts. And when you hear the government talking about they must keep money in the reserve, they had to put money in the reserve, it tends to deprive the territory of monies that are available for spending. Right now, we have a budget of $414 million. $360-something million is the recurrent revenue, but the recurrent expenditure is $327 million, which leaves us with nothing to spend for capital projects. And this all ties back into this reserve, the money that has to go into the reserve fund. Whether we're contributing $5 million or less, or whatever we're contributing. So I give him credit for having that level of foresight and being able to argue his position to ensure that the territory benefits from that foresight. When we got into the opposition in 2011, he assumed the role of leader of the opposition, and as such, takes on the role of chairman of the Public Accounts Committee and a host of other committees that he would have been a part of. And it was with his continued skills and knowledge that this House stood and was able to continue on. I would like to see in this House of Assembly those traditions and the continued building of the institution that people like him, H.L. Stout, C.B. Romney, Willard Whitley, and a host of others started and maintained. Because if you went to a college and there were no alumni, or depends on who the alumni are, you would not feel as if you did go to college. If you sat in a league, a sporting league, and the league doesn't have a Hall of Fame, or it has a Hall of Fame but depends on who the members are, you wouldn't feel as if you were in a league. This institution must continue to grow, regardless of who the membership are. But it cannot grow in the right direction unless we follow the lead of those who preceded us. We have a wealth of knowledge which emanated from those who preceded us. And the least we can do is follow in their footsteps and build upon what they have left. I will close there, as I again want to reiterate that I am particularly thankful that I was able to serve with him in his administrations. I want to thank his family for what they have been forced to endure. When I say forced, I mean it's not like you got a choice. You're in for it, you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. I know when I decided to run for public office, I didn't ask my wife and my son. I just told them I was doing it. And I've never forgotten it because they keep reminding me how it happened. And they haven't forgiven me for that. And publicly I regret it, but I can't do anything about it. So I know what families go through. Just by being the spouse or the daughter, or even a friend of a politician, you become a PEP. For those of you who know what that means. So hold your head up and rest assured that Mr. O'Neill has done tremendous work for this territory. And for those who are not yet proud of it, hopefully by the time my other colleagues are finished and letting them know what he did and what he stood for, they will be proud of it too. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 3rd District. We will now hear from the Honorable Mark H. Vanderpool, member for the 4th District, followed by the Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I will do my best to be less than an hour and 15 minutes and try not to repeat a lot of what was said because Honorable Fraser did capture and cover quite, in a personal way, quite a bit of what our member emeritus was and the experience that he has had with him over the years and the service that he made. So I will not try to go over some of them, and I would not try to endorse some of them either. But we appreciate that good history that he gave there of the life, the political life that he knew of Mr. O'Neill. In your young life, when you're trying to establish what you'd like to be or what service you want to be to your community, or how you're going to grow up having gone through school and having been nurtured by your family and by your parents and by the village, as it used to be in those days, a lot more than today. In your young life, you're always open and seeking mentors and persons who can help you along the way. And it sometimes happens by chance. But my initial ambition was to be a teacher, which I was for a year. Then having spent a little time working with Jar O'Neill, I got my interest got a little closer to business. And then eventually I got into banking. And this is where I got my first encounter with the Honorable R.T. O'Neill, where in my banking career as a young banker in my early 20s, in fact my teens, I should say, started. As I got to learn the banking and so on, Mr. O'Neill was a businessman who frequented the bank very often. As he did his business, he mixed all of his things and was able to come to the bank and do his business. I don't know how much he, at that time, would send his clerks or his workers, but he came quite a bit. And he would come to me on the, what we used to call at the time, the foreign exchange counter, or the bills for collections counter, where he would be clearing his goods or what he would be bringing in. And I would have to, I should say, learn to attend to him, because he knew more about it than I think I did, and would guide me along if I told him the wrong thing or guided him in the wrong way. But I remember specifically one time he said to me, Mr. Mac, as he would call me, never miss a cocktail that the bank will host. I couldn't quite understand what he meant. I was a young fellow then. He said, never miss a cocktail, or never miss a dinner that your bank might host with your seniors, with your higher-ups from whether London or New York at the time, as you were under those head offices. But I later learned what he meant, that it was important in cocktails to get to know your customers better, get to know your clients, get to understand them a little better, rather than sitting or standing behind the counter with them. And I certainly took his advice and learned quite a bit from persons like himself and others, as we have gone to the cocktails of the bank or whomever they were. And then as I learned a lot also from our seniors in the bank as they would have dinners and so on. It was good advice, because you learn a lot of things. And he and I would always joke about it after as to what it meant to me and what his advice was all about. But whether you were on his side or not, he was always willing to help to mentor you or guide you in his own special ways. He will notice you, he will notice you might be doing something wrong, or do something right. He will commend you for the right things you're doing, and certainly he had no qualms about reprimanding you for what he thinks when he thinks you might not have been going in the right direction. When I was about to resign, I resigned from the bank at a fairly young age, as I had gotten to a fairly senior position. I believe my wife, who was also coached by him quite a bit, in her fear that I was leaving the bank and leaving the security of the home, she went to a number of persons in the community and complained to them and begged them to stop me. And R.T. O'Neill was one of them. He would come in his own way without letting me know that he had talked with her. Himself, H.R. Penn, and I think the other person was Honorable Sir Romney at the time. But persons like Mr. O'Neill would say to you, I hope you're doing the right thing. And if you're serious about it, make sure you do A, B, C, but make sure that your family don't suffer. This was the kind of advice this good gentleman would give to you. And I like his motto that we heard just now as he spoke, as he reminded us. I was not at that sitting. I was on vacation then from the house for 4 years. In 2009, I believe, when he made that presentation. But his motto that he might not be perfect, but he tried. He tried. And I think that's a good motto to remember Mr. O'Neill about. He would try in a number of ways, and some he succeeded in, some he may not have. And I think we should remember him for that, for sure. I sat on the Social Security Board during one of his tenures as Chief Minister. And at the same time, I think I was Deputy Chairman of the Electricity Corporation. I got a sudden call from him one day as he was Chief Minister, and he said to me, Mr. Mack, you're sitting on the Social Security Board right now, and you're sitting on the Electricity Corporation Board. And the Social Security Board may be coming to a point where they may want to lend some money to the corporation. So I'd like you to resign from one of them. That's the kind of principled man he was. He said, it's going to be a conflict of interest. You're on the Electricity Board, you might be begging the Social Security Board to lend you money, and you're the Social Security Board and you have to approve that money. So which one? I remember that very well. I resigned from the Electricity Board immediately, and we were able to go on and do whatever business we had a contract with. Principle. Those are the type of principles he had. Conflict of interest, good governance. He was a stickler for those kinds of things. So I have some of those memories. I do have some of the memories of what Honorable Fraser talked about. Some of them I don't want to remember, but some of them I remember. Honorable Fraser might not know the ins and outs and the workings that happened in 1995. When there was some chaos in forming a government. He was part of the group who were working to make it happen. But there were lots of ins and outs and workings to make it happen. And I have to admit that I was a major part of it. And some of it we can't write down in history, and as the Honorable Fraser said, we have a little bit of immunity in here. But so I won't talk too much, but I would have to say that that same night, I got a call from the then Chief Minister, a call from down in Long Bay, and he said to me, I'd don't know if I can say it like him, Mark, can you stake out by the craft alive and tell me when a certain car from the east is coming down? And I stake out there for hours. That's why you were there till 5 o'clock in the morning. Honorable Fraser. I staked out there for hours and this particular car didn't pass to go west. And his last call, he told me, okay, you can go to sleep now. But those things are things of history that you might not hear about, but needs to be written down somewhere. Because 1995 was a tough one to form. I got another call from, I believe it was from somebody who told me, a supporter of the member for the third at the time, Honorable Sales, to tell me that that morning when they were trying to do certain things, the then governor might have been courting a particular member to join the other side, a particular member of the then government, the then governor. And we all investigated it. And of course, it so happened that we finally got all 6 members elected to sit at Maria's, expecting certain things to happen. But even after the government was formed and Mr. O'Neill was right there sitting next to the Chief Minister, and even after the government had agreed to be formed and signed, the 7 members had signed on the letter, we then couldn't find the governor to take that letter to. We were advised that he was out practicing to fly on the day after elections. So a lot of people thought something was up there. Eventually, we got him to land the plane and come to the governor's house to swear in the government. Everything happened very quickly. There was even an issue with finding a tie for one of the members who had to be hurriedly brought to the governor's house. So there's a lot of history there. And there was a bit of a fear about possible unrest. I'm talking this for the young ones who would know that at election time, be careful. I don't know about the other times that Honorable Fraser spoke about. I know. But there might be some truth to some of what he said. Nevertheless, I know Mr. O'Neill, as he rightly said, was a man of patience, a man of good stamina, and quite able to maneuver through rough waters. I spent 2 years or 2.5 years of my political life in his caucus and was able to get quite a bit done at a time for my constituency. And I was grateful to him for that. There are times when difficulties would arise with projects being completed and so on, I would go directly to him. In fact, he was in London one time, and I was a bit frustrated with something, and I called him out of his hotel room. He might have been sleeping. And he said, "Mr. Mack, put that gentleman on the phone." This is a gentleman who was slowing down the progress. I put him on the phone, and I don't know, I heard from far what he might have been saying. But I know when he hung up the phone, the check we were trying to get out of the Treasury was delivered in a few hours to get the project moving. So he was a no-bones, no-nonsense person. He didn't like procrastination. You're either going to do it or you're not going to do it. And that's the kind of person he was. I got a lot of experience from him also in the short time I was around there. He took me to London one time for one of the OT's ministerial conferences. While he sat in the front, I sat behind him. And he also took me to 2 OECS meetings, one in Anguilla and one in St. Kitts, so you could understand how he tried to nurture those around him And that was a very helpful thing for me in understanding the regional and international politics of it all. These experiences are useful, and as much as the younger ones can get exposed to them, it helps you in the long run. I believe that there aren't many persons, not only in the BVI, but anywhere in the world, who would have given, I'm not just talking about the 40 years now, of their life to public life. But as I remember him being in public life, I don't know how much more it was before that, but I know he was in administration for quite some time. London, here. He gave most of his life, as far as I know and understand, to public life, public service. It was more than 40. When you can do that and manage through your own personal things that you have to do and serve, it's a great honor. It's an honorable thing. And I know I have been associated with politics for 20 years, associated with my business banking career for about 20 before that. And in community life, especially sports and so on, and yes, Honorable Fraser, in church, as I led a youth group. But to have done that many years in public life, like I said, not just 40, but at least probably another 30 before that. To have done that much is not achievable by many persons anywhere in the world. And that is why we must remember this good gentleman as a stalwart, as a person who sacrificed most of his life for his country. And we must honor that and remember it throughout the rest of our lives. When he had his passing, I quickly got the message. I called my son in Panama. I called my son here, and my wife, we all talked about it because I would like them to remember him and know him, of what he's done, so that they can emulate some of what Mr. O'Neill has done for this country and for his life. It's not always about what you get paid, about what you receive in return, but it's about sacrifice. And he's certainly the example of good sacrifice for his country. And I want to be able to stand up today as we honor him in his passing to remember these things that he's done for this country and put it in history as an indelible mark in the history of the Virgin Islands that cannot be erased. And take the opportunity to really thank his whole family, even in his first marriage and in his second marriage, his entire family, who were able to allow this good gentleman to serve his country in this manner. So today here, to see Mrs. Idris O'Neill, who stuck by his side, who I'm sure bore many endurances. As I said the last time we talked about him, had to take many calls and allow the calls when she thought he should be resting or should be eating or something, as I know, for allowing us to share this good gentleman with the country of the Virgin Islands. We want to thank Esther. They call her Cheryl, but I only know about Cheryl. Someday I'm going to hear it on the radio. But Jackie, who was my co-worker in the bank for a short while. Special person to me. and Ralphie, as we call him, Ralph Jr. We want to thank you and Abby, who I know spent a lot of time with him, especially in his weaning years, but even before that, who was a stalwart around him, as any person would feel and have difficulties going through the end of a life like that. And we want to thank you all for, on behalf of the country, I would say specifically on behalf of my district and my family, Ms. Vanderpool, who had many good years with him in advice and so on through her various jobs and even at the college. But all of us, my entire family, my mother was a fond person of him. She knew him very well. And they all have, he has really given us his service. So we want to thank his family for allowing us to have crossed the paths of Mr. O'Neill. He looked out for his people in Virgin Gorda and Anegada, of course. But he was a person who shared himself to all of us in the territory. And we want to remember that. I wish, Mr. Speaker, to give us, thank you for giving us the opportunity to isolate ourselves from whatever we're doing this morning or today and remember Mr. O'Neill in this way. When his voice came on just now, I jumped because I didn't expect it, but it sounded as strong as ever. And today is a blessed memory that we have had Mr. O'Neill cross our paths. I want the younger ones in here and the younger ones out there to remember him as a person you can emulate, because the country always, any country, and this country, especially in the Virgin Islands, always need people like himself who passed this way, who would give of themselves in the way he did for his country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 4th District. I now recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Natural Resources and Labor and Immigration and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it probably wasn't my turn, but out of consideration, and I traveled in a few minutes, I thank the members for giving me this opportunity to say a few words on behalf of Honorable R.T. O'Neill, OBE. He's a man who I have known, I think, all my adult life, all my life, seeing that most of my life in the 9th District, he was a representative. He ran for the first time in '71. He was unsuccessful, but he was a determined man. And he was determined that he wants to see Anegada and Virgin Gorda move. And he felt he had a fortitude to do so. And that he did for a very, very long time. I want Mrs. Aegis to know that the 9th District mourns with you and the family, Anegada and Virgin Gorda. Good to see Abby sitting here, and Esther, she's here also, whom I know very well. Well, we are here today to really recognize a great man, but a humble man. I was always amazed that Mr. O'Neill never let his position get to his head. Whether he was chief minister or premier, he would go into the 9th District, visit those widows, the older folks whom he knew from many, many years. And it's happened all over the BVI, not only in the 9th, Anegada, Virgin Gorda. Also, if he was in East End, he could tell his old friends, Fox, and them when they were alive. You go to Seacoast Bay, he has some people in Seacoast Bay. You go down to West End or Carrot Bay, Anegada, Just Van Dyke, wherever he went, he knew people, had really, really good connections going way, way back. He was a pioneering man. He helped start many organizations here in the BVI, Red Cross, Rotary, because his life was about service. He truly believed in the Rotary motto of service above self. And we must thank the family, like Honorable Venapo said earlier, for letting us have him for so long. I mean, 40 years and anything is a long time. It's a very long time. So we must thank you all for that. Mr. O'Neill was also very well respected. If anybody's coming to the BVI and you tell them, well, give this to Mr. O'Neill, as much as there are many O'Neills in the BVI, they always knew who you were talking about. That's the kind of respect Mr. O'Neill had from young children to older persons. And I was told, even at meetings in the OECS or heads of state meeting, anytime there was any kind of contention about any difficult issue, they always default to Mr. O'Neill to make that decision. It's a kind of trust that had in his wisdom. You heard of his wisdom, his knowledge, his understanding. He wasn't a fly-by-night politician. Came up through the civil service from a teacher, principal, clerk of the house, all the way up. Served in every position in government, I believe. Chief education officer, all the way up, education minister, all the ministries. So he was well grounded in how a government functions, the inner workings, like Honorable for the Third said, inner workings of government. So when people are getting tripped up, it's as clear as day to him. He was a hard-working public representative, very hard work. And I remember in the early days, I was Mr. O'Neill doing 3 and 4 functions a day. I used to wonder, well, where he gets his energy from. You only get that kind of energy when you believe and when you are dedicated to what you're doing. He believed in helping the BVI. He had a vision for the BVI. He really wanted to see the BVI move, but more importantly, he wanted to see the people move along with the development. And one of the first things he did when he had the power to do so was to increase scholarships for the BVI students, so they can get a higher education, so they can participate more meaningfully in the economy. He used to always say, oh, people should be more than heavers of stones and drawers of water. He always said that, because he believed that people should participate more in our own economy. Mr. Speaker, I served for many years on the ATL Stout Commemorative Birthday Committee. And I always advocated for a general leaders' day as opposed to one single day. And I've always been turned down. He said, no, we're not going to expand Levity Body to anything else more than Levity Stout Body. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be advocating for a Ralph O'Neill holiday. He said, can't get the group, I'm going to take another one. You have to figure out where you're going to go. But that'll be one for sure, advocating for a day to his memory. His memory, his life, his legacy should never, ever be forgotten. I mean, I must thank the Minister for Communications for naming the building in his honor, which was long overdue, but better late than never. I want to see us move in the future to where we name more things after our people. As a matter of fact, I'm hoping that next year I'll have the first Ralph O'Neill Memorial Park in Virgin Islands, in the 9th District. And hopefully there'll be more parks going forward, where we must celebrate our heroes. Anywhere you go in the world, people celebrate their heroes in meaningful ways, whether it be by a special holiday, or a statue, or a building, or a road, something. But they make sure that their heroes are never, ever forgotten. I think it was Territory Day in 2015 when he was honored by the committee. I also served on a committee. And on that day, they honored 4 persons. He was the only one living. It was Honorable Archie O'Neill, Robinson O'Neill, T.B. Letzam, and I think Willard Wheatley. Yes, 4 of them were honored that day. And he spoke. And he said, what I remember, and this was 2015, so that was like 5 years ago, 4 years ago. He said we should make sure stuff like Territory Day, it's always celebrated and expand to make sure we honor our heroes, our local heroes. And I agree with him. We should never let anyone come in and celebrate them for us. We should make it our business to celebrate our heroes. Like Archie O'Neill was one of them. One of the things he also supported and made possible was Social Security. I asked him one day how that was possible. I think it was the first bill ever moved by the opposition. He wasn't in government then, it was Levity, he was in opposition. Well, he seconded, Levity moved the bill, but because it was very controversial, nobody wanted to second it. So he, being on the opposition, seconded Social Security. That's how it exists today. Nobody will close to it. So his name is down for Social Security. The Speaker, he used to have a lot of talking points he used to say, sayings he used to like, things he lived by. And one of them was, talk is cheap, but money buy land. He used to like to say that one day. You know what I mean? You can talk all you want to talk, but if you want to get something done, you better bring some money. You can talk in here all day if you want, but if you want something good to happen, bring some money. One he often told me a lot too, you know, being his son-in-law for the last 27 years, you must have spent a lot of time around him. Yes, Esther. It was 27 years. You know, I spent a lot of time with him. We traveled together, we ate together, we sat together, we chat together a lot. So you know, you get to know a lot of things about persons when you spend that much time with them. And I tell you, he was a truly, truly caring person. Really cared. He really cared about people. He cared about his family. He loved his wife dearly. He wouldn't go anywhere without her. Always made sure that she knew how much he appreciated her. Always made sure of that. Always made sure that Miss E just understood that I really appreciate your support and I really appreciate all that you did. When you get cocky sometimes with him, he used to always tell me another thing. He said, remember, in the end, we all dead. You know, don't make a big fuss over every little thing, because in the end, we all dead. So just do what you have to do, make the best of the time you have there, and move on. Sorry? One of the things he used to like to say also, always jokingly, two can keep a secret, but one must be dead. I ain't quite sure he was telling me that one, but he used to always joke about it. And Mr. Speaker, I really thank you for the opportunity to say just a few words today. I mean, we could go on all day about Mr. O'Neill and talk about various aspects of his life. Because I grew up in the 9th district when there was very few houses with power. I knew when all the poles came to Virgin Gorda. They landed in St. Thomas Bay in the water. They spent years there. And then watched Virgin Gorda develop from dirt roads and darkness into what it is today, a place with paved roads, lights everywhere, running water, primary schools, high schools, college. And most of these things, they happen under Mr. O'Neill. They happened under Mr. O'Neill, under his stewardship, under his leadership. They paved the road from the valley to North Sound through Nail Bay. That was destroyed, I think, during the hurricanes 2017. We signed a contract just this morning to get that road repaired. I say, what a fitting day to sign a contract for that road, a road that he made happen. It couldn't have happened, I remember said, it couldn't have happened under anybody else. You had to have a reach to get a road like Nail Bay Road built in the 9th district. Yeah, you got to have reach to make that happen. And he was a man who had that reach. The people of Virgin Gorda, particularly North Sound, where he spent a lot of his time, teaching days. He wrote a beautiful piece about the development of North Sound, which took people many years to understand what he was talking about. But most of what he was saying is now happening 60 years, 50 years later. So he was a man with a tremendous vision also for the BVI, and what the BVI could do. I didn't work with him as a politician. The members here who had that privilege, they would say their bit about him. But see, he was a good father-in-law. He's a good father to his children. He is a good leader to the people. He tried his utmost best. Like he said, he wasn't perfect, but he would try. And that he did. He tried his utmost best. It wasn't perfection. It was about getting it done. Dedication sometimes is what it takes. So as we mourn his loss, let's also cherish his memory and his legacy and make sure his legacy lives on. I will make sure I do my part, but we all should make sure his legacy lives on. His memoirs Let's make sure we get the memoirs going. Let's make sure the children have a book in school that they can read and learn about this great man, who he was and where he came from, and what his contribution was to this country. That should never be lost on the other generations. We here know, we know bits and pieces among ourselves, but we need one collection where most of his legacy is captured. At least maybe a series of books or something like that. But we should never let his memory and his legacy, my good friend would say, be intoned with him. Be intoned with him. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I will take my seat and beg your indulgence so I can leave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his contribution and also wish you safe travels. I now recognize the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Shireen D. Flax Charles.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. And I crave your indulgence to refer to my notes.
Approved.
On November 11th, the Virgin Islands was dealt a blow unlike any we had experienced in years. Uncle Ralph, Jack, OBE, Premier, Emeritus, men like the late Honorable O'Neill earned many a nickname through our admiration and many a title through our respect. With every moniker, there was a story. Hundreds of memories of what this giant meant to the British Virgin Islands and to us as individuals. For me, Uncle Ralph and Honorable O'Neill were one and the same, epitomized by a humbling, humorous tale of many years gone by. As a hot-blooded young Calypsonian, I remember vividly the controversy that I ignited with my biting lyrics to "You're Falling Asleep, Uncle." I had just performed the commentary piece one evening when my mother, the late Norma Flax, summoned me to Fisher's Cove. "Honorable O'Neill wants to see you." Reprimand, scolding, threat, or argument, I wasn't sure what to expect. But with genuine goodwill, Uncle Ralph, the man himself, asked me how many copies of my CD I had on me. He said, "I want them all." With a smile, the former premier bought every copy of my CD that I had on me. This, he explained, was because he respected the rights of individuals to be candid in their social commentary. This legend of a man on whose leadership I had laid frank admonition was urging me to continue using my voice. This is just one of many stories of that I have as a young lady growing up in the shadow of this giant. As a young lady growing up on Virgin Gorda, I was familiar with the Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill in many ways that I will forever cherish now that he has passed. As I matured, growing up in the 9th District, that he was a pillar of, my admiration for him only developed with me. Uncle Ralph's defining qualities was his unwavering love for the British Virgin Islands. There really is no other word to describe the pivotal role that he played in transforming this territory but historic. As the 9th District representative, he was the driving force and guiding beacon of our gradual evolution from dirt roads to smooth asphalt. This is only a tiny expression of his wider contribution. Two of his most critically remembered acts were his decisive campaign for institutions of education on Virgin Gorda, even when this dream was scorned. And I must add here, Mr. Speaker, he did promise me that I would have been able to come back from St. Croix to attend high school. Unfortunately, I graduated from St. Croix the same year that Brigada Flax opened, but my children, my two eldest children, were able to graduate from the Brigada Flax Educational Center. The negotiations that resulted also in Little Bay becoming one of the 3 largest employers in the territory and the 5-star face of brand BVI tourism. And as we look forward to the reopening of Rosewood Little Bay, Mr. Speaker, I know that Honorable O'Neill will be smiling and he will be very proud of what we have accomplished in tourism. Ever the businessman, this Oxford alumni was an unrivaled intellect. His marriage of economic genius and his Virgin Islands first mentality saw our territory surge forward, even during the global downturn of the 2008 financial crisis. The Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill transcended anyone's space, even in politics. His singular focus on the individual and collective betterment of us as a people drove him to serve for decades, earning him the uncontested honor of being our longest-serving legislator. To impress the feisty, sharp people of these Virgin Islands for years upon end, Uncle Ralph must have been a man of the people, and so he was. To family, friend, and foe, he was Uncle Ralph, because even his rivals understood that in his heart, he viewed us all as his blood and would fight for us to the very end. He earned the name Uncle Ralph because he genuinely cared for his people, and they responded with appreciation and affection. His warm demeanor showed that he was willing to listen to you and to assist you in any way he could. For his many years and many friends, he had many a story. He was an encyclopedia of Virgin Islands history, a treasure trove of knowledge that we have now lost, but for his impactful legacy. My people, I tell you that what we lost was an icon. Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, OBE, stood as a bastion of true patriotism. He was quick thinking in the wake of challenges, unmoving in the face of opposition, and honorable in the midst of battle. With his loss, I extend my deepest sympathies to the O'Neill family, and of course the entire territory and region, for this is a man whose legacy goes beyond borders. I am reminded by his memory to fight the good fight vocally, honorably, and with sharp wit. Let us all strive to fill his big shoes. I am pleased to end with a more recently penned tune that reflected my undying respect for my leader, my cousin, role model, and friend. A very important person is rarely a VIP, like the Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, OBE, octogenarian, a gem of a man, a pillar of politics in the Caribbean, for your long outstanding service and the great things that you do. We simply want to say thank you. On behalf of Virgin Gorda and Anegada too, your people want to say respect due. What a man, what a mighty, mighty man, the longest serving politician in the whole Caribbean, the famous son of Otto and Esther O'Neill, 41 years in elective office battlefield. From 1995, when H. Laverty Stout said amen, to May 28 in 2014, the Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, the VIP big wheel, he leaves a service record that's unforeseen. Do a scan throughout the whole Caribbean. Political giants dot the landscape, both woman and man. From Eugenia Charles back to Errol Barrow, Forbes Burnham, Norman Manley, Bradley also, James Fitz, Alan Mitchell, Eric Williams as well, Vere Cornwall Bird, his political hero, this son of Virgin Gorda, has outserved all others. In grace and dignity, he now chooses to go. A very important person is rarely a VIP, like the Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, OBE, octogenarian, a gem of a man, a pillar of politics in the Caribbean, for your long outstanding service and the great things that you do. We simply want to say thank you on behalf of Virgin Gorda, Jas Van Dyke, Anegada, and Tortola too. Your people want to say respect due. May Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill's soul rest in perfect peace and rise in glory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the junior minister for her contribution. I have a list of 4 more speakers. What I'm going to do is we're going to take 2, and then we'll break for lunch and return. My list is member for the 6th, transportation minister, member for the 2nd, and the minister for health. So I'll take the first 2 before we break. I now recognize the member for the 6th district, the Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to all in the gallery. Good afternoon, rather. It's now minutes to 1. I will reflect on some of my personal time and conversation that I had with Honorable O'Neill. My first encounter with him, other than seeing him at the cricket matches with my father years gone by, was I worked at a trust company for many years. And this trust company decided they were going to send home some of the longest working employees, which I was one. I think I was there about 15 years at the time. And I said, how are they going to just send us home? We don't have any bad records, but they wanted to clean house. So 5 of us got together and said, well, what should we do? And one said, we need to go to the Bulldog. I said, who's the Bulldog? They said, a Bulldog in government. I said, who are you talking about? And they said, Mr. Ralph O'Neill, he has to fix this. And I said, we must go to him. I said, why are you calling the man a Bulldog? So I said, they said, he is the one who would get things done. He is the one who would look out for his people. We have to go to him. I backed down because, of course, I always heard stories that ministers don't help you, and now we're in a position, and I don't want to go. I turned and I called Mrs. Lana Smith then, and I said, we have this issue. We went to see Lana. Lana said, well, I can help, but you're coming to the wrong person. You need to go to Mr. O'Neill. And I said, okay, I guess we're here. We'll go to Mr. O'Neill. I had a meeting with him, explained everything. We took our records. He didn't say anything much. He looked at us, shook his head. And to be honest, I left the meeting feeling like, and they said he's a Bulldog, but he was kind of tame and he's not going to do anything. One day gone, nothing. 2 days gone, nothing. And I said, we're doomed. We're going to get sent home. Nobody's helping us. On the 3rd day, the manager called us into the office. Oh, so y'all went to see Mr. O'Neill and us? And I said, yes. He said, okay. I not knowing in those days had passed by, Mr. O'Neill had summoned him to a meeting and he refused to go. So he summons him 2 days after and told him he needs to get to his office. So he said, I understand you want to send home Ms. Maduro and a few others. And he said, if you're going to take that step to send them home, for each one of my people you send home, I am going to send home 2 of your expats. So he said, you have a choice now, whether to leave my people or I send home your people. And of course, we gave him a round his, song of applause because we thought that he would have left us and we would have had to go home. But he stood the test and he stood up to them. And of course, they backed down. And I worked for that company for almost 20 years. That was like 5 years after. So that was my first encounter with him. So when I sit by him, I always say in the lunchroom in the house. So in one of our talks, one day I asked him, I said, Mr. O'Neill, do you remember me? Do you remember helping me out when we were going to get sent home? He said, of course I remember. He said, people probably think I don't listen and I don't remember, but he said, I have a very good memory. He said, I remember. And he said, I know your Brock daughter. And he said, I remembered when he pulled the plug on us in the elections when we were campaigning in Parkersway. And I said, forgive me, Mr. O'Neill, that wasn't me, that was my father. So he said it was a long time, but I do remember. And I often enjoy your little talks in the lunchroom. And I looked after Mr. O'Neill like he was my dad, and I will make sure he gets in, put his napkin in his neck so he don't mess up his clothes. One day we were alone together, just two of us in there speaking, and I said, can I ask you something a bit personal? Not so much personal, but I said, why have you done this so long? I said, what made you stay in this field so long? It could be an unthankful job. He said, yes, it can be. But he said, you have to think beyond. He said it wasn't even money. Money wasn't even an issue. It's just about his people and his country. But he said, you're young and you're female, and one thing I'll tell you, don't do it. He said, if you can, do not put this kind of time into this. It takes a it takes a special kind of person. I won't say a special kind of man or woman, but it takes a special kind of person to make this sacrifice for so long. You give up so much, and people sometimes becomes ungrateful. He said, I've been through it all, but if you can, don't put that kind of time into it. He spoke about his trust in God to me a lot. He said, one of the things you always have to do is put God at the forefront, and he will lead you. He said, God is the one who sustained him in being in this line of work for so long. Mr. O'Neill is what I consider a true icon, a Virgin Islands hero, a great leader. And many like him don't pass our path too often, and I truly, truly am pleased that I had the time to serve with him, to learn from him. What I learned from him was more personal than politics. He seemed to enjoy the time just sitting down and reminiscing about cricket and the different things, that they did in times gone by. And I appreciated hearing those things from him. He's truly going to be missed, and I thank you, Mrs. O'Neill, and his entire family for lending him to us for a time that he was really, truly needed. He is and will always be remembered as a great and true leader. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 6th District. I now recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join with my colleagues today in offering condolences to the family of the late Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. And Mr. Speaker, I've sat and listened to my colleagues, and I shamefully can say that I never had a personal interaction with Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. I worked as a public officer from 2003, but personally, I never had that interaction. And listening to my colleagues today, it seems like it's a history lesson within itself, because you understand the kind of a man that Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill was. And as I listened to his speech of the budget address, I think the budget debate, where he said, "I am not perfect, but I try." And Mr. Speaker, that in itself tells you the character of this man. You know, none of us are perfect. And he acknowledged that in his role. But what history will show is that Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill was a great servant of the public. He worked well with people. And at the tender age of 18, he started public life. And he served in many different capacities: teacher, government official. And it was in September 1975 where he now served the public in the capacity as a politician, serving the people of Virgin Gorda and Anegada. At that time, I think it was the 7th district, and it moved to the 9th district. And Mr. Speaker, as I heard the different speakers talk about Honorable O'Neill and their experiences in terms of his leadership, his fearlessness, his genuineness, he was a man of principle. And on the international scene, he was highly respected. And Mr. Speaker, today I stand proud because I remember when I had the privilege on behalf of this government to bring the motion to rename the administration complex in his name. Spoke about the path that he traveled and the reason why this government thought it was fitting overwhelmingly to name the complex after Honorable O'Neill. History would say that he was the first to adding names to buildings with Robinson O'Neill and Virgin Gorda. And Mr. Speaker, I stand again today. I said at that time it was a wow moment for me because this stalwart of a man, I had the opportunity to bring this motion to rename the complex Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill Complex. Mr. Speaker, the other day I was at my grandmother's gravesite, and I looked at the tombstone, and it said her date of birth and the day that she passed. And in between those dates, Mr. Speaker, there was a dash. There is a dash. And that dash, as simple as it looks, Mr. Speaker, speaks to your life. It speaks to your journey. It speaks to the people that you have met along the way, the lives that you've impacted. And when you see that dash, and you think about Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill and the history and his journey and his life here on earth, you would feel proud. Mr. Speaker, as I speak about his accolades, I cannot forget the past administration as well. It was July 6, 2015, when this Honorable House thought it was fitting to give him this prestigious award, status of Emeritus, where he would be an honorable member forever. And that in itself needs to be acknowledged, because the past administration wanted to reward him as well while he was living, just like this administration in terms of renaming the complex. And Mr. Speaker, a famous Psalms of mine, Psalms 90:10, and it became famous because as my grandfather, he's now the oldest living person in the territory. And I always look at him and say, you're blessed. That psalm says, the days of a year are 70. But if by reason of strength there be 80. And Honorable O'Neill met that milestone. And after his 80, he lived the remaining 5 years. As I reflected on when he got the award or he was honored the status Honorable O'Neill Emeritus, he said he is thankful. He is thankful for this journey. He's thankful to his wife. He even mentioned in there how his wife actually, she would help him type. He was thankful for family. But what he wants to do is sit back, relax, read some books, and do some writing. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak about the writing, I too would advocate for whatever he wrote, for it to be published, so that those writings could be taught in schools, so that children or even persons in the community, whomever, would be able to read what he wrote. And Mr. Speaker, I wrote a tribute that would go in the funeral book, and I asked that I can read what I wrote.
Permission granted.
And this tribute is to the family of our member emeritus, the late Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, OBE. And it is with sympathy that I extend heartfelt condolences to the immediate family, especially the territory's former First Lady, the Reverend Idris Christopher O'Neill, his children, and the extended O'Neill family. On this, the occasion of farewell to a British Virgin Islands hero, patriotic, son of the soil, veteran politician, and the first Premier of the Virgin Islands. The late Honorable O'Neill has given service above self, as is evidenced by him having dedicated all of his working life, which started in his teens, as was the order of the day, to serve the people of these Virgin Islands. The majority of that time has been in public service as educator, administrator, and politician to list a few. He could not have done it as ably as he did it without the strong support of family and colleagues and trust in God. And for that, I take this medium to publicly thank all those such persons who enabled him to achieve great strides for our territory. I truly believe the Honorable O'Neill often reflected on the words of well-known hymns, such as one found in the 1933 Methodist hymn book, number 427, and I understand this is his favorite. Through all the changing scenes of life, in trouble and in joy, the praises of my God shall still my heart and tongue employ. In fact, Honorable O'Neill has not only witnessed many a changing scenes of life in this territory, but has helped to improve the way of life and standard of living which we all can now enjoy. As the sitting Minister of Transportation and Works and Utilities, I will endeavor to carry on the legacy of Honorable O'Neill so that as a government we can continue to improve and develop our infrastructure on the sure foundation which he has laid. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my family, my wife, my two daughters, Soraya and Koya, I say thank you and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
I thank the Minister and member for the 5th District. Honorable members, we will take a lunch break and we will resume at 2:45 with the other speakers. Members, this House is now in recess until 2:45. 2:45. The special sitting of the House of Assembly is back in order. I welcome the persons listening and Mrs. O'Neill in the gallery as we continue a tribute to the Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, Member Emeritus. At this time, I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin this contribution in the humblest of ways, as we all are here today in solidarity to pay tribute to the life of a giant, a life of an individual, Mr. Speaker, who has served this country like no other before him, and it may even be difficult in terms of his tenure for anyone to serve after him. Mr. Speaker, the member emeritus, Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, based on some research, based on the information that has been provided to us and should be public knowledge, and more specifically, knowledge that promotes the legacy and the rich heritage that we have in the Virgin Islands, should speak to a man who has given just about 60 years of his life to service, love of country, love of people, but not just service, Mr. Speaker, sacrificial service. Mr. Speaker, I know for a fact that giants do fall. And it is evident in, you look at certain biblical stories, you will see that giants fall. And people might want to take certain things out of context. But in the case of Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, he has fallen in the physical sense, Mr. Speaker, but the spirit of this giant of a man is standing tall. The stories that can be told, the stories that will be told, the memories, the good times, bad times, and in between times, Mr. Speaker, it speaks to not only a statesman, but a servant leader who gave sacrificially, who spent his time, who spent his talent, who spent his treasure, giving to the country that birthed him, educated him, molded and shaped him to be the type of man that he was. And Mr. Speaker, when you take all that into consideration, you have to look and reflect that when something is bigger than you, when you are intimidated and you realize the task that you have is bigger than you are, you don't take it internally. When you realize that you have given up what you individually would have wanted and the path that you might have chosen selfishly, and you give that up for the greater good, Mr. Speaker, that is a discipline type life. Mr. Speaker, the word sacrifice, the word worship, his wife, Reverend O'Neill, is here. The word worship, if I was to define it, it would mean extravagant respect, where you give your all to something, no matter what it costs, because you're not seeing the you. And given the type of service that Honorable O'Neill gave, speaks to legacy. Because what legacy is not is the individual speaking about themselves. What legacy is the reflection of a life and the way in which a man or woman carries out and lives out their life. The things that are said, the things that are remembered, those are the things that speaks. Mr. Speaker, the 7 gifts that the Holy Spirit of God gives are wisdom, understanding, knowledge, piety, the fear of God, counsel, and fortitude. And if I was to spare a minute, Mr. Speaker, on the piety, it is one of respect, it is one of reverence, it is one of worship, it is one of sacrifice. It is the things that I just started to speak about relating to what Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill emulated. And sometimes it's rare that any one person would receive all 7 gifts. But when you talk about knowledge, and this is knowledge on any subject, this is knowledge about just about any situation, even though he may not have been a part of it. And given the times that we had when we were renaming the complex in honor of Honorable O'Neill, even when you think or thought that he wasn't aware or paying attention, he was right there. And the Bible says that wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom. And in all thy getting, we must get understanding. This journey, Mr. Speaker, that we who remain are on, it is one that we would ask to be wiser and become the better for it. But without the understanding and the purpose for which we are all here, we might find ourselves just spinning our wheels. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try to speak only how I know how to speak, which is straight. I know we have all the things that you've mentioned in the opening statements in terms of what is going to happen in terms of the burial, in terms of the funerals, services, and the viewings. But, Mr. Speaker, I am going to state, and this is my position, that on December 15th, 2020, that we make a public holiday in honor of this man, which will be his birthday. It has nothing to do, Mr. Speaker, with what people might think. There will be all the arguments about the businesses and what it costs. But when you look at the sacrifice that this giant of a man made, none should argue. The arguments of what it might cost their business will never amount to the sacrificial gift that this man gave to this country. Mr. Speaker, when you look at 40 years serving in this honorable house, serving the people, the good people of Anegada and Virgin Gorda, serving the people of the entire British Virgin Islands for 40 years. And when you look at, Mr. Speaker, not just the salary, but even after he had completed his service, when you look at what the retirement package was or is, the cost, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't amount. So, Mr. Speaker, we must ask ourselves, because sitting over my head is the late Honorable Dolores Christopher. Since I've been in this honorable house, we have laid her to rest, as well as the late Honorable Omar Hajj. And those of us, Mr. Speaker, who are here, while we do our duty and do our responsibility in representing the people that have us here, we must ensure that we use wisdom. We must ensure that we put the things in place, because though this may be a thankless job sometimes, we have a responsibility to build this institution and continue to build on the legacies of those brave men and women who are above our heads. Mr. Speaker, the brief encounters, and some of which I shared during the renaming of the building, I won't go into and repeat those again. But I want to direct now to Reverend O'Neill and the rest of the family, those who are here and not here at this time. I have no clue what you may feel. Nor do I have an understanding of all that you've been through. But one thing I'm certain of is that your love for God, the love you had for your husband and your family, is one that you too should be recognized for. Because while he served in the public light, you sacrificed and took care of family. You too bore the stresses in the good times, in the bad times, and not in between times. But what I am comfortable with is knowing that you have understood and embraced the fact that the greatest servant of all gave his life for us all. And I want to return to say thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your sacrifice. And thank you for supporting your husband to lead this country for so many years. Mr. Speaker, I reflect and I continue to reflect on not only the life of Honorable O'Neill, but the life that we are now living. The life of the men and women that served this honorable house. And Mr. Speaker, if you would permit me, I have a list of names that I would ask that I can read out. E. Walwyn Brewley, Andre E. Penn, Conrad Maduro, Alfred Frett, Sylvia Walters, Eileen Parsons, Oliver Sills, Angel Smith, Earl Fraser, Elmore Stout, Lloyd Black, Keith Flax, Elvis Harrigan, Vincent Scatliff, Vernon Malone, Dancia Penn, Irene O'Neill, J. Alvin Christopher, Dr. Orlando Smith, Dr. Kedrick Pickering, Archibald Christian, Dr. Hubert O'Neill, Myron Walwyn, Ronnie Skelton, Omar Hodge, Dolores Christopher. And in this time, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to their families, thank you for serving. Thank you for the sacrifice that you have given to build this country. And to those that I've served with personally, thank you for the lessons I've learned. Thank you for the things I know not to do. But above all, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank each and every one of these men and women and their families. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities looks like he may have been picking on or peeking on my mind, but I know it's deeper than that because that's just how the bloodline runs. So I am going to seek your permission, because as the services will be held, I know some persons might get a booklet, some might not. So I'm seeking your permission to read my tribute publicly so that it will be on this record in this honorable house as well as to come. It is with honor, humility, and sincerity that I join the people of the Virgin Islands to mourn the passing of this giant of a man, the first premier and longest serving elected representative of the Virgin Islands, Member Emeritus Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. A political giant who was hugely intelligent with a mind like an encyclopedia. Not an arrogant man, but one who was stern and true to his word. His commitment to the territory and its people caused him to make decisions that were not popular amongst his colleagues and supporters. But through his wisdom, most would admit that his decision was right after the dust was settled. The people of the 9th District and the territory, including myself and my family, had a tremendous amount of respect for Honorable O'Neill, for his leadership and his intellect. He was clear about his position and even clearer about his politics, no matter how many times persons would think he fell asleep or was not paying attention during the discussions that were happening around him. I am privileged to have been a member of this honorable house when the title of Member Emeritus was bestowed upon Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill for his years of service to this territory in the 3rd House of Assembly, and also during my contribution in this 4th House to ensure that we just not name the Central Administration Building in his honor, but the entire complex. It is my belief that Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill lived a long and fruitful life, satisfying his God-intended purpose here on earth. And we can all agree that that dash between the date he was born and the date he passed will be forever embedded in the hearts and minds of those of us who remained, inked in the history of the Virgin Islands. The sacrifice made by this giant of a man and his family to serve and lead people for over 60 years is one as referred to in the Holy Scripture in 2 Timothy 4, 7, and 8. I have fought a good fight. I have kept the faith. Henceforth there is laid up for me a crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, shall give me at that day. And not to me only, but unto all them that love his appearing. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my family, the 2nd District community, and the people of these beautiful and blessed Virgin Islands, I say to his wife, Reverend O'Neill, and the family, thank you for sharing your husband, father, brother, uncle, grandfather with us. It is a thankless job, but I, Melvin Mitch Turnbull, return as one to say thank you. May the spirit and love, commitment that Honorable O'Neill had for this territory be imparted on those of us who remain, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 2nd District for his contribution. I have a list of 3 persons seeking to speak. We will start first with the Deputy Speaker, followed by the Minister for Health, and then the Attorney General. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here with a lot of emotion, and you will hear it in my voice, because Mr. O'Neill was a man of love and passion. And you could have heard his voice every time he speaks. He loved the BVI. He loved the Virgin Islands. He loved the people. That's why he served the length of time that he did, because of the love that he had for the people. And that love can be felt in this room right now. Listen to all my colleagues speak. You could tell that they had nothing but love in their heart for Mr. O'Neill and his family. We thank you very much for sharing him with us. He have taught us a lot. He have taught me a lot. For the time that I knew Honorable O'Neill, he used to call me Harold Boy. When he's not Harold Boy, Smith Boy. So at one point I thought he even didn't know my name. You know, because he always call you by who he knows name. And the first thing he always say, boy, the boy got a cricket. My father used to play cricket. And he always made a cricket, how you could hit that ball. You know, but we need to sit back and look back and realize what we have lost. We have lost so much, but he has given so much back to us through Mr. O'Neill. All the words and all the things that we write and say right now cannot bring him back. But he will be in every one of our hearts forever and ever. He did so much for us that we don't know how to even say thank you. Because no words can describe, as I say, thank you enough for what he has done. I've learned from him that when you decide to come and run for politics, it had to be something that you want to do. But it had to be something that you want to come and do. It had to be what people want. But when you come and you serve the people, you have to serve them with your heart in every bit of it. You have to be true to the people, and that he was. Even though if you didn't like what he said, he will be truthful. And one of his qualities I love the most, which I try to do, is he listens. He listens to people. That's why when you see him there with his eyes closed, he is listening. And he could tell you every word that you said from the beginning to the end. And I learned that, not the hard way, but one time I was in his office, and I think it was something to do with softball, and I was trying to see why we needed the money to go and play or something like that, and I went in and I said something, but I didn't say this. When he asked me again what I said something different. He said, but I ain't dying what you told me a while ago. So he listens, and he listens well. You know, I want us to do something unusual, and I would like the camera person to come back outside, and I wanted to focus this camera on a picture of Mr. O'Neill so that the public could see, not just hear my voice of who I speak about, but to take the camera off of me and put it on a picture of him so we could pay respects to this giant, a hero. When we talk about a hero, you're looking at him now, a true hero in every sense of the way. We always see him as give somebody their flowers when they're alive. But I'm going to tell you something. Mr. O'Neill will be alive forever. And you could feel his presence in this room right now as we speak, because his heart was here and is here. I would like to take this time to say again, thank you, Teacher Aegis. Thank you to all your lovely kids who have shared him with us. I take my hat off to you. I don't think I'll be able to solve the length of time that he solved, but for the short time that I'll be solving, I surely will do my best as he did. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for affording me the opportunity to say these words. Member who spoke already is telling me a few words. But I think it is fitting that this honorable House convened for the sole purpose of paying tribute to our late Honorable Ralph Tilford O'Neill, OBE and member emeritus. Allow me to paraphrase when I state that the Virgin Islanders invited Virgin Islanders, friends, countrymen, to lend me your ears, for we have gathered to pay tribute to Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, yes, to give him true honor. Mr. Speaker, it is too oft that it is only the evil that men do, or even that they're rumored to have done, that is remembered. Indeed, the good is oft interred in their bones. But this will not be of Honorable O'Neill. We will tell his story, or his story, so that history will not be distorted or distorted. So here I am, and you have heard of the glowing tributes. Some are recant of the years that others have served with him, and others of the personal, because some may not have and would not have served, but all glowing in its form. So it will take different forms, because I would like to, as many have done, say thank you to, most call her Reverend Idris O'Neill. I called her mom also, because I'm privileged to have someone as her, who I considered as a mother. And I count Abby as a sister, and Esther, and all the sisters and brothers. But I know Esther and Abby best, and I know Sister Idris very well. She was my RE teacher back in high school, so I knew her before I knew her. Yes, she taught me the book of Acts. So you remember that back in, what was that, 71, 72? Yeah, somewhere back there. But we are here to pay tribute, and fittingly so. And I know that we look at a person who we can describe as always humble in victory and gracious in defeat, because he have spanned the entire gamut of it. There are going to be a lot of record keeping and books written, so I don't have to go into the details of those, although we are quite aware that although you may write 100 books, there are people who will never read them. So unless you say something and place it in history, that people will never hear it and they would not read it. And I must take time, I hope it is fitting so to do, but his very good friend, Mr. Hunt, is here. And I know that he shared a special relationship with Honorable O'Neill, and he would not have missed this for anything. But what do? I often say also that we are products of where we were at the time we were there. If you pass through the Great Depression, it is told, then you have most of your money still hidden under the bed because you don't want it lost in banks. And if you pass through some experiences, and whether it's with hurricanes or other things, you have a special feeling about these. So when you spend over 64 years in public life, starting as a teacher from the age of 18 in 1951, you then understand that you have a special feeling for where the Virgin Islands was back then. But it started before, because the fight for the return of our Constitution took place not in 49, but it started from before, from 47 and until when it was returned in 1950. So he was a young man at the time, and then at age 18 went into the teaching profession. In 1956, went into the public service, and from 75 through 2015 as an elected member. Now, if you go towards that particular period, in 51, from 50, you have all of the earth-moving days that you have, because that is the time the Constitution was regained. That's the time that the alien landholding license was, came into play. That's the time we had the U.S. currency. That is the time we built the first airstrip. That is the time that we had a number of moving activities that has shaped us. Some of the laws that we are amending today were laws that were suited right there in those times. Once you entered into politics in 1975, because remember, in 1971, he ran and was not successful at that time. But the Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill was also a very, very close friend of my family. My father recanted the times that they spent together, and he recanted having his admiration for how well he served the people of the 9th District, whether or not he was taking back goods to Virgin Gorda or making sure that that they were taken care of in many ways. Bring down their, whether it was their letter, bring down their particular, do the shopping, and then carrying up the goods for them. So they recant on the terraces, both of their homes, many stories, and I was the beneficiary of all of those stories on a number of times. So it is fitting that when we look in terms of this concept of being humble in victory and gracious in defeat, because in the time that Honorable O'Neill served in the House, he had a vast area of experience, because he had 8 years that he served as Chief Minister from 1995 to 2003. And 4 years he served as Premier, in fact, the first Premier of the Virgin Islands from 2007 to 2011. But he also served 8 years as opposition leader. A number of other years in the opposition, but as opposition leader for 8 years, from 2003 to 2007 and from 2011 to 2015. He was a Virgin Islands Party member for 33 years, 86 to 2019, and chairman or chairperson of the Virgin Islands Party from 95 to 2014. So when you look at all of that body of interaction and experience, and having to go through one stage or the other, Honorable Fraser spoke of the many initiatives that he championed. So we don't have to go through those again, because they're there, they're on record, and I'm sure they will be recorded for all to see. But I worked very, very close with him from 1999, because then is when I became the president of the Virgin Islands Party. And one of the first act that we had, first of all, we had a celebration of I think it was the 29th anniversary of the party that we were celebrating, and we brought Sir James up from St. Vincent. But one of the first things we did in 2000 also was when he championed having the H.L. Stout Day, H.L. Stout birthday, as a holiday, first Monday in March. Yes, it was Mr. O'Neill that moved this, and he was the one that made sure that it happened. So not only did he start by giving names to institutions such as the Robinson O'Neill, but he also started in terms of giving recognition. It was Honorable O'Neill that made sure that the name of Noe Lloyd and all of the activities that surrounded this great person was also remembered. I'm not sure who was responsible for the Sir Oliver George's Plaza, under whose administration. No, sorry, I know it was recent, but in terms of which one had done that. What about the racetrack? Honorable Fraser, you remember, is Mr. O'Neill who basically made sure that the Ellis Thomas Downs basically would always be remembered for this. So, you know, folks, this is why we have to write the history, because at the end of the day, people coming into positions always talk about the first time ever, never done before. When at the end of the day, if they take one opportunity to read the history of what was done, they would find that it's a continuation of what it was. So, but he will basically be the first one to have told you, basically, don't go through all of this fuss while you're doing here today, because he will see it as something that, you know, I was just doing my job. I was doing what I had to do. You don't have to take a special day off to do this or special day to do that, because he never looked or never sought, never dictated that that type of recognition be given to him. In fact, we still have to do it because Honorable Fraser again spoke of the T.B. Letcham and him broken ground. And I always told him that we have to place the plaque on there. This T.B. Letcham Airport, or the terminal, the upgrade that it had. This was a Ralph O'Neill initiative. The plaque has not placed as yet. We have to place it. Again, we're going through, I think it's 50 or 60 years since the first test trip, and we have to give recognition to it. We could have easily have renamed the London House the Ralph Tilford O'Neill London House, because it was his initiative. He took a lot of, well, in our terms, how would we say it, Honorable Member for the second? He took a lot of blows for it. Okay, he took a lot of blows for it. So it could have easily been renamed also in his honor. So here we have it. Dual carriageway, the particular cruise pier, the actual original one, the London House, all of the downs, all of these. And I would best remember that most of my golden gems that I know in the North Sound and Virgin Gorda and Anegada, I know because of him. When I go there, he'll make sure that, as Honorable Vincent had said, that we went there, and Sister Lucy, I couldn't go to North Sound unless he took me to Sister Lucy and a number of the other elders within the community. He made sure that when we went to Anegada, there was a set of people that I had to go with him with. He was quite keen on that. And I think that he made special visitations to the Adina Donovan home to make sure that they were comfortable and comforted in all of the undergoings that they had to. So it was nothing, service was not new to him. Others recant that original member or founding member of the Rotary Clubs and of the Red Cross and a number of other societies and memorable social events, activities that he participated in. So, over the next few days, there'll be a lot more to be said. During the service, there's a lot more will be said. But I'm here to say that I am the road that I walk today, and the road that most of us will walk today will be a direct result of the actions, activities, decisions, the initiatives taken by persons as esteemed, as strong, as willing, as Honorable Ralph Tilford O'Neill. His whole story will have to be a collaborative effort because Dr. Charles Whitley would have part of that history. Mr. Lewis Hunt will have part of that history. Reverend Idris O'Neill will have part of that history. Esther and his first 3 kids will have part of that history. Abby will have her part. And the entire collaboration is what will have to make up his story, because he was just that dynamic a person. So no one person would be able to capture it all. But he never lost the common touch, because at the end of the day, his association, if he go to Virgin Gorda, he's not going to drive around with anyone else except Rasta in there. It's going to be Rasta, it's going to take him around. He's not going to go with anyone else. Don't care who you said. Okay? So he associates fully with the common man. And while dining with President Carter, it was, while dining with Queen Elizabeth, while dining with the royal family. So those are not just words in terms of having the common touch while associating with royalty. He lived it, and it was not fake. Sometimes when the boys on the block, they call it the Fonseca corner, would come and they would have direct entrance to his house. Folks will wonder, well, you know, what is this all about? But he will rather turn you back than to turn them back. He will have them and have them with open doors. It was the kind of person that he was. So the class of 1999 would remember him fondly, because it was the same class that the current premier is in. And I happen to have had the privilege of serving with or working with 4 Virgin Islands Party chairpersons, from Honorable H. Lively Stout to Honorable O'Neill to Honorable Fraser to Honorable Foy. So at the end of the day, that class of 1999 would have served with him during a period of formidable years. And Honorable Fraser, again, recanted a number of the history and the times or the activities during that period. But I just stopped by for a short word to say that I cherish the time that I've engaged, whether it was my first meeting, as I said before, was through my dad, but through my days working with him very closely, working with him as a father figure to me, as a friend, and we never got to serve in the same house, but at the end of the day, we were in the same house because, you know, we actually collaborated on many occasions during my time of presidency when he served. So it is quite fitting that I stand and say that it is quite fitting for this sitting, and I cherish the times and I value the legacy of our own Honorable Ralph Tilford O'Neill. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Health and Education for his contribution. Also recognized in the gallery the former Attorney General, Mr. Lewis Hunt. At this time, I recognize the current Attorney General, the Honorable Baba Aziz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise to convey my heartfelt condolences to Mrs. Idris O'Neill and the whole O'Neill family. I was privileged to come to the BVI at a time when Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill was the Chief Minister. I was also privileged subsequently in 2010 to 2011 to serve in his cabinet as acting Attorney General. During that period, I had the privilege of observing him both in cabinet and also in the House of Assembly. And one thing that I took away from him was the fact that he was a forthright leader. He had knowledge about parliamentary proceedings. He had knowledge about cabinet proceedings. And on occasions such as this, it is my duty to challenge members of this House to emulate the example of Honorable Ralph O'Neill in terms of his knowledge of the proceedings of the House. It is important that an institution such as this House of Assembly, in order for it to be effective, we should know our Constitution, we should know our standing orders, and we should also know the privileges and immunities of the House of Assembly. And may I say that apart from knowing Mr. O'Neill as a forthright leader, I have been privileged to know the extent to which he reached out to people. I would recall the fact that I was privileged to be at your residence, Mrs. Idris O'Neill. I got to your residence through the Honorable O'Neill's good friend, Dr. John Roberts QC, who is an African from Sierra Leone. And he had served in the Virgin Islands as a High Court judge, and Mr. O'Neill struck a good friendship with him, and that friendship did not end with Dr. John Roberts. He extended that friendship to the African community that was living in the BVI, and we were privileged to have been received at his residence, and we had a very good dinner, certainly prepared by his able wife, and we are grateful. I, on behalf of the Africans, wish to convey our condolences to you, and we are appreciative of the hand that was extended to us, and I do not forget it. Incidentally, Dr. John Roberts QC passed in 2016 at the age of 88. I wish to sum up by saying that Honorable Ralph O'Neill himself has said, I'm not perfect, but I try. And when I reflect carefully on what he said, on the audio this morning, I only recall, perhaps I'll rephrase it, or what Sidney Smith said. He was a man occupied with the highest employment of which his nature is capable. And he died with the consciousness that he has done his best for the British Virgin Islands. And may I add that I have a lot of respect and awe for those who choose to lead a nation, because it is one of sacrifice. Sacrifice sometimes even of family, because sometimes the family share their parents with the whole of society. And for some of us who are the products of good leadership, even though we're distanced away from those good leaders, it is their impact on our societies that have led us to conclude that they in fact are good leaders. And I believe there are so many people in the BVI today who, even though they did not have an immediate contact with Honorable Ralph O'Neill, I believe that he impacted their lives. And for that, I am sure they will all be grateful. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable Attorney General. I recognize at this time the Junior Minister for Tourism and Territorial Member, the Honorable Sherry B. DeCastro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this time to offer some words in humble condolences to the family of the giant that we speak of today. While my colleagues have spoken of sobbing with him, I have only lived for a fraction of the time that he has served, not only that he have lived, as with my young age, but I grew up very much involved in politics in terms of on the campaign trail around the Virgin Islands Party, and it is in that vein that I was able to meet and grow to love, honor, and look up to the men that we pay tribute to today. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask for your indulgence as I look at my notes, as I wanted to write down some thoughts, because when we speak of this man, I don't think there's a dictionary that has enough words that could express the service and the sacrifice that he played and the role that he played in the Virgin Islands. So I am truly honored to be able to pay my respects. This special sitting today is but a testament of a life well lived, void of unselfishness and full of love for people and for country. Honorable R.T. O'Neill, OBE member emeritus, served as an inspiration to generations. The awe-inspiring life of Uncle Ralph, as he's affectionately called by many, can be summed up in one word: service. 4 decades of indelible service that record his unwavering devotion to people and country. Honorable O'Neill has no doubt left a legacy of an empowered people with a conviction in our ability to self-determine and to continue to chart a prosperous course for our beloved Virgin Islands. I am here today because I too was inspired by his life, and as a keen admirer of his impeccable leadership and political savvy, I gained an appreciation for politics and felt the desire to one day become one to serve and help in the governance of our territory. I have always marveled at his endless capacity to move beyond even the most disappointing times and setbacks in order to seize the possibilities of each new day that he was granted. With that tenacity, We have all watched him grow as a respected representative of the people, doing his very best to build regional and internal alliances. But through a long life of steady and reliable kinship, he became a wise champion of our common humanity and a globally respected leader. But beyond being our leader, he was a husband, father, brother, uncle, and grandfather, a true family man. And so I take the time to thank Reverend Idris O'Neill, his wife, his sister Abby, who is here, and the other siblings and family, because while he was a leader to us, he was your daddy. He was your husband. And so we thank you for sharing with him, sharing us with him. And truly, truly, we speak of his sacrifice, but I believe some light should be shed on your sacrifice, having had to share him with so many people in the Virgin Islands. While I speak for myself in this sacred moment of reflection, I ponder the quote of an American statesman, John Quincy Adams, a diplomat and lawyer who also served as the 6th President of the United States. He said, "If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are indeed a leader." So I can, in confidence, I believe, take the liberty to say that Honorable O'Neill has inspired most of us to become the best version of ourselves. And that elevates him to the realm of an exemplary leader. If I could only achieve but a fraction of the leadership that he has demonstrated, I believe I would have done well. We may never fully understand the sacrifices that he has made as he yielded to a life of service. Thus, in honor of his legacy, his example, his inspiration, I pledge also to serve honorably and to, like him, only give of my best in service to this country and to our people. I also call on my fellow colleagues to let us use his legacy as that blueprint to shape our attitudes towards service and to emphasize with strength and willpower we indeed overcame to restore Virgin Islands' pride. Some may find this a contradiction, that even in this moment of bereavement, sadness, we find hope. We envision brighter days because through Honorable O'Neill's journey in the sands of time, we have a recognizable footprint to follow, showing us that the journey ahead is possible and that we will indeed overcome. My fellow Virgin Islanders, let us, even in the irony of this moment, be inspired to dream more. Let us desire to learn more, and let us seek to do more. And let us also endeavor to become more as a people, as a territory. I believe this is just a simple and reasonable commitment as we stand on the legacy of such a giant. For me, oftentimes when I think about my legacy, and now it is even more fitting because as we seek to bury this honorable member in the coming days, I often do a quick exercise at times to check myself. It's something I implore us all to do. Sometimes you have to sit and think about your eulogy. There's an exercise where you even sometimes not just think about it, but you write it down. And it beckons you to contemplate on your own impermanence, because you can gain an incredible sense of perspective and clarity that can help you to truly decide what you want to do, where you want to go, when you sit and think that one day, whether we like to think about it or not, one day someone will stand and read our eulogy. And what will it be? What will it sound like? And we ought to seek to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we do some things that would be written at that time, that we would feel comfortable knowing that we have done our part to elevate ourselves, our family, and our territory. So, Mr. Speaker, today, the Virgin Islands grieves for Honorable O'Neill. The region, the world, grieves for him. But we find hope in his legacy. Honorable O'Neill not only led a long life, but a meaningful life. He played an integral role as a chief minister and premier in the building of a stronger, more resilient Virgin Islands. He belonged to the generation who we pay tribute to because they laid a solid foundation for our prosperity. a monumental contribution to guaranteeing that our capacity to uplift generations to come will continue. And for that, I believe that he will forever and ever have the gratitude of our territory and our people. So again, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I extend my sincerest condolences to the family and to the territory at large. My thoughts and prayers are with you. And during this difficult time, I pray that God will continue to bless you and keep you. May the soul of Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
I thank the Junior Minister. I also recognize in the gallery former legislator, Dr. Kedrick Pickering. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, allow me to offer condolences to Reverend Idris O'Neill, my good friend Abby, and the rest of the family and the friends and the entire territory on the passing of this great man, Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. In the gallery as well, I'll acknowledge Mr. Lewis Hunt, who I take note that this is the 35th year since the passing of the International Business Companies Act, which he drafted. And certainly my predecessor, Dr. Kedrick Pickering, who I know was a great friend of Honorable Ralph O'Neill's. A great tree has fallen in the Virgin Islands forest. A man who has contributed so much to the development of these Virgin Islands, and I will not speak about him from a personal standpoint, though I lived in McNamara for some years, and Abby and myself are close in age. So it will more be about Honorable O'Neill's contribution to the development of this territory. And recently, the anniversary passed of the Great March of 1949. 70 years since Theodore Faulkner, Glanny Fonseca, Carlton de Castro marched through the streets of Road Town, demanding, among other things, that our legislative council be restored, which was taken away from us in, I think it's around 1901 or so. And next year, 2020, will make 70 years since the restoration of our legislative council that provided all of us here today with the opportunity to be able to put forward ourselves for a democratic election, represent our people, and contribute to the development of this place that we call home. And as we look around the Virgin Islands, all the different islands, and we look at all of the big buildings, and we see all of the fancy cars, and we see persons in all their various positions with their salaries that pay them well, and we look at everything that has been done, schools, hospitals, all of the different government departments and ministries. You look at all of this, and you might just take it for granted that it was all here all the time. Or it just fell out of the sky. It is true, the hard work, the resilience, the fight of persons like Honorable Ralph O'Neill, that we have what we have here today. And the very least we can say is thank you. I wasn't alive at the time, but you know, there was a time in the not so distant past when there wasn't electricity, where persons had to transportation, take boats and ride donkeys. And our people, after the restoration of the Legislative Council, our people work hard to ensure that we advance. And while I favor a partnership with the United Kingdom government, and I think that we can do great things once there's mutual respect, I will remind anyone that the Virgin Islands was a place that was neglected for a very long time. And it's when we got that Legislative Council restored and we elected our people that things started to move here in these Virgin Islands, very much so in our favor. And I look at the different eras since that restoration of the Legislative Council in 1950. And I'm not sure if what we say in this house, Mr. Speaker, is copywritten, but if I had to write a book, it might be called The Birth of the Modern Virgin Islands, starting with that 1949 match. But I look at the different eras since then, and we had that era between 1950 and 1967. And Honorable O'Neill, while he did not serve in the House of Assembly during that period of time, I know for a period of time he was clerk of the Legislative Council at that time. And it was so interesting for me to, at various points here, Honorable O'Neill speak about that particular era, and speaking about people like Theodore Faulkner being elected and his behavior in the House of Assembly. So he was very much connected to that particular era. And then the next era, I identify between 1967 and let's say up to about 1986 or so. And I refer to that era as the era of ministerial government, but also party politics, because of course, in 1967, were first introduced to parties like the United Party, which was the first party to win power when the late, great Lavity Stout was the chairman of that party before the Virgin Islands Party was formed in 1971. Then you have the Democratic Party. You have independent candidates who were able to win at that time, and lots of different parties and lots of different persons, including my grandfather, late Willard Wheatley. And again, Honorable O'Neill being elected in 1975 was intimately involved in that particular era. And me being the person that I am, I love to hear the stories of the past and all of the battles that would happen during that time, and even the difficulty of forming governments and what would happen, you know, election night, and, you know, having to hold on to a slim majority. And I mean, those things is great entertainment for me just to listen to those, and great opportunities to learn. And he was intimately involved in that era. And then, of course, we have that era from 1986 straight up to 1995, and you could call that era like the Lavity Stout era, or the Virgin Islands Party era, where we had those string of consecutive victories that actually went up to straight up to 2003. Virgin Islands Party is probably for 4 or 5 straight terms. And of course, we know that Honorable Ralph O'Neill had joined the Virgin Islands Party, and of course, as a member of the Virgin Islands Party, did wonderful things. And then you have that era from 1999 with the introduction of the National Democratic Party. And again, Honorable O'Neill was a part of that era. I don't think any other past legislator will be able to boast that they were a part of all of these different eras of politics in the Virgin Islands, and of course the National Democratic Party and the Virgin Islands Party going back and forth. Sometimes Virgin Islands Party won and National Democratic Party won, and back and forth for the last 20 plus years now. And Honorable O'Neill, I would say during that particular era, delivered one of the greatest comeback victories in Virgin Islands political history. In 2007, after being down and out, winning 11-2 and becoming the territory's first premier, among many other accolades that we can attach to his name. But Honorable O'Neill represented more than that. Honorable O'Neill, for me, was a leader with a steady hand on the tiller. And he guided the Virgin Islands through many difficult waters. We can look at the Y2K scare in 2000. And we can look at the terrorist attacks that took place in the United States of America on 9/11. I think that was somewhere around 2000, 2001. And the impact on the Virgin Islands economy because of those terrorist attacks. We could look at all of the different storms that took place in the Virgin Islands. They had some big storms in 2003 and 2010. We had lots of different storms that took place in the Virgin Islands that he had to guide the Virgin Islands through. And of course, we have the economic downturn that took place somewhere around 2008, 2009, 2010. And he had to be able to guide the Virgin Islands through all of these difficult periods, which actually doesn't get enough credit for. And to be able to keep the Virgin Islands going, and I didn't even mention all the pressure we were getting from the OECD and the G8 and all of these different international organizations, Financial Action, and all of these different groups pressuring us about our financial services industry. And Honorable O'Neill, he wouldn't be shaken. You could see him as someone who was a wise individual. As our premier says, don't get too high with the highs or too low with the lows. He was steady. And I remember just returning to the Virgin Islands after going to school. I was away till around late 2006. And I'm a young guy now, but even younger then, and blood real hot. And I was in London. I'm not sure if Parsons now. I was in London leading marches through the streets, protesting this and protesting that. And I came back and in the same spirit continued my protest. I was going to turn the Virgin Islands upside down, single-handedly. And I got here and I got on the streets and I started protesting this and I started protesting that. And one thing I could say about Honorable O'Neill, even though I actually marched against his government, he was responsible for the college where I worked. And not once did I even get called in to the president's office. I can't really say that about the subsequent years I was there, but while Honorable O'Neill was responsible for the college, not once did I get a memo, a phone call, anything. He was a true statesman. And I can say my father, maybe I was following in my father's footsteps. I know my father did some protesting himself back in the day. And that did not stop Honorable O'Neill from extending himself to my father, recognizing his intelligence and his talent and giving him the opportunity to be able to write a study on independence, among other things. And I recognize Honorable O'Neill for his statesmanship. Even during 2007, 2011, I see my predecessor in the 7th District in the gallery today. But to know that Honorable O'Neill reached across the aisle and invested in the 7th District, even though the 7th District representative at that time was not a part of his party. And I think there are many other examples of that, and investing in that project that was going on in the 7th District, I think says a lot about who Honorable O'Neill was as a person. He way bigger than politics. This man was a nation builder. A nation builder. And I admonish my colleagues, as the Honorable Attorney General said, to emulate his example. I mean, and then to serve for 40 years straight, that in itself speaks to his character. I mean, I've been there for a few months. And I understand the difficulty of being in the position and what is required. And I mean, to go 40 straight years, it's almost unimaginable. Without a loss, parties come and parties go, and you remain a fixture there. No matter where the wave goes, green wave, red wave, you still there. And the pressure that is placed on your shoulders, I mean, I'm not sure if persons can truly appreciate the difficulty of the job and the sacrifice it takes. Persons might look at what might seem like the glory. But every single member who served in this house, I have a tremendous amount of respect for, regardless of where they sat, what colors they wore. And I'll have to say, individuals like Honorable Fraser, Honorable Vanterpool, Honorable Foy, yes, there will be a time when we will have to be given these type of glowing tributes to your service in this honorable house, because I don't think we should ever lose sight of the fact that to serve the people of the Virgin Islands and to sacrifice so many years in your life, you have to be properly recognized for that. You have to be. And I certainly, like my colleagues, would advocate for a day. I don't think that we can get individual days for every leader, because of course we have late Cyril Romney, we have a late Willard Wheatley, we have Dr. the Honorable or Dr. Orlando Smith, and of course we have our current Premier, and all deserve to be recognized. I would certainly advocate for a Leaders' Day, or however we want to term it. But we need an opportunity. And to be honest with you, if we have a day where we recognize the great march, the restoration of the Legislative Council, that's the opportunity to recognize everyone who is served in this honorable house. Because certainly, even those who were not heads of the government served admirably and served well and deserve to be recognized. So I will limit my contribution to that, Mr. Speaker, but I know my ministry is responsible for some related areas under the Department of Culture. And I certainly would work with my Honorable Premier to see in what ways that we can make sure that the history is recorded and recorded accurately. And you're going to certainly see documentaries coming out of the Department of Culture and different pieces of literature, ensuring that our people are given their just due for their service. Because, of course, the Virgin Islands of today is so different from the Virgin Islands of the past, even in my brief life. So imagine those who are older than me. So there is a great need to document the history, and not just to document it, but to teach it in the schools, and to make sure the younger persons are able to appreciate from whence we came as a people. So I end my comments by saluting the memory, the contribution of the late, great Ralph T. O'Neill, OBE, member emeritus of the House of Assembly. What a fantastic contribution. He ran his leg of the race well. Now it is upon us who remain to continue that strong legacy of leadership and representation for these Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Whitley, for your contribution. I now recognize the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honorable Malon A. Penn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to make my contribution this afternoon in remembering the life, the legacy, the contribution of the great Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, Emeritus, OBE. Speaker, it was a good exercise sitting and listening to all the contributions being made by members from varying degrees. You had the personal tributes from persons who have been around him all their life, lived with him, persons who've served with him, my colleague from the member for the third, who served over 2 decades alongside Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. And I'm sure you'll hear from the Premier, who also supersedes him as Premier under the Virgin Islands Party banner. So, Speaker, as I reflected last evening in terms of this giant of a man, this statesman, this servant leader, I reflected on a time in which he originally was elected in 1975. I reflected on my own life. At that time, I wasn't even born. And I reflected on the years as you grew up in the school system and you grew up in high school, primary school, and you heard the names Ralph T. O'Neill, Oliver Sills, T.B. Lettsome, these sort of mythical figures that you never thought exists, but only in the books that we read, in the tests that we had to take every term. And for someone who you've always heard about, you've heard about their contributions and their accolades and all the things they've done to make life better for all of us in the Virgin Islands. And I reflected on my own experience and my own interaction with Honorable O'Neill, and I had the privilege as being someone, and I'm going through a timeline here in terms of the time that I served with Honorable O'Neill. From being that young person in school hearing about this figure, to have had the opportunity to go off to university through the direct involvement on Honorable O'Neill. And excuse me, 1 second. The problem with the mic? Any of the mics at all? Your mic? No. Better? Sound better? He didn't hear his thing. Tested. Better? All right. See that we share over here in opposition, you see? So for those person, we had a little technical issue just now, so we're doing much better now. But as I reflect in terms of the timeline and the chronology, in terms of leading up to my interaction with this great man, and I reflect on when I was going off to university in 2000, and I had to interact with him, and I heard his brother-in-law, his son-in-law, mention about his efforts and the work that he did to ensure that he expanded the scholarship field to give more persons opportunity to gain a tertiary education. I had the opportunity under that same vein to go off to university. And I also had the opportunity to come back after being educated through the efforts of him and many others who served with him during that period in 2011 to take him out of power with my education. But I think for me, that transition from being in high school, being in primary school, learning about this man, and the opportunity that I gained in 2011 to go full circle, to have the opportunity to serve with Mr. O'Neill. I think that was one of my greatest learning experience in my political life. I had the opportunity to serve on the Public Accounts Committee during that term where Mr. O'Neill was the chairman. And I saw in Mr. O'Neill what you call one of those once-in-a-lifetime type of leaders, transformational leaders, someone who had the integrity, who believed in the institution of the House of Assembly and the institution of the committees and what the Public Accounts Committee stood for. Because at the time he had the majority on the Public Accounts Committee and could make decisions on any investigation and any process. But what I saw in Mr. O'Neill during that process was a man that stuck to the rules, did things based on what is the right thing to do, not because it might get him political points. So I was about the institution, I was about doing things based on principle and based on the rules. Even though in that particular PAC committee, they had I wouldn't call a name, we were looking at a particular project. it was this intent on pushing the envelope to ensure that you have some type of gotcha moment. And Mr. O'Neill wouldn't allow that. He stuck to his guns. He made sure we went through the process, make sure that the process was transparent, and he did it all above board. And that was a teachable moment for me, because it's not everything about politics. He proved in that instance that he was a true statesman, a man that cared about the institution and the integrity of the institution and did things about the letter of the law. It's not easy, Mr. Speaker, to give 2/3 of your life, 2/3 of everything that you have in this life. I am 42 now. I can't imagine giving 2/3 of my life to the service of the people in the country of this stuff. It's a lot. It takes a lot. I've been here now going on my 9th year, officially December. And I'm going to the family now. And I remember when I came in, my son was 5 when I started officially. Now he's a big man now. and he often tell me now that he regrets me taking up politics because people have stolen from him. You know, I can't imagine what Abby and the rest of the family had to go through. 40 years. 40 years. There's nothing to squawk about. And I want to commend Reverend Idris, Abby, your other sisters, your brother, Ralph Jr., for the sacrifice you have made for this territory. The sacrifice you have made for us to have a once-in-a-lifetime transformational leader to help guide the tiller, help guide this country through some of its worst times, some of its best of times. You heard my colleague from the third mention some of those instances and those experiences that he went through with Honorable O'Neill. But he couldn't do it all alone. It took a family at home. It took that support system for him to be able to give up his all to his people, to his community, to the 9th district, and to the entire territory. And you should be commended. You should be publicly recognized as you have been done all day by the members, and it's fitting that you should be, for your sacrifice and your family's sacrifice for the years that you've endured. Because when we as politicians endure, our family endure. And sometimes even more than us, they take it more personal than us. You know, because I can tell you, I have some sisters, they're my pet bulls. You know, they take the insult and the ridicule more personal than I do. Because they feel the pain. They know that what you go through on a daily basis to give of yourself to serve your country. It's not easy. It's not an easy thing. So I want to publicly acknowledge you for your service over these past 40+ years to this country as well, because just as he served, you served. And you dealt with the pain at night when he came home, the insults, all the things that we go through as leaders of this country. You see it, because we have to keep a strong face for the public. When we come home, you have to deal with it. So again, I commend you for your service. Our country has been blessed. And I won't be long because I think my colleagues did a good job in terms of chronicling the life of this man, his contributions, and all he's done for us as a nation and as a territory. For me, I'll hold through the moments that we shared. Remember, for the 6th in Iowa, during that 2011, 2015, were the ones that were closer to him. During that time, we had a lot of good conversations with Mr. O'Neill, and he was always quick to defend on a point of principle, whether you're on his side or not. you know, and he was always that kind of person that stood up for what was right. It was in the best interest of this territory all the time, despite the political leaning. I cherish the conversations we had in the back room during standing finance, at the lunch table. He loved cricket. And he loved to talk about cricket, and my grandfather and him had that experience, that bond through cricket. And he always looked forward to have those conversations. I was happy that he was able to be named and recognized for the last cricket tournament up in Greenland, and we were able to share a good light moment during that period. And I was really cherish those moments that I shared with Mr. O'Neill. I've been blessed to be in school, to learn about this mythical figure, this great man that is doing so much for the country, and to have had the opportunity, to have had the privilege to serve with him was an immense honor for me. It was an immense honor for me and my family. I was able to bring my son at one of the standing finance meetings so he could meet Mr. O'Neill and get to know who Mr. O'Neill was. And that was a really good experience and a really good highlight for him as well, as a youngster meeting this giant of a man. So again, I share the sentiments of many of my colleagues. We need to find a way to recognize persons like Mr. O'Neill who've served. I think the member for the 7th, Minister of Education, has made a good suggestion. It's something that we need to look at, because there are other persons who are coming along. Remember my senior member on the left, member for the 3rd, who has also made his contributions, significant contributions. And now that I'm retiring you, sir, I'm sure you got a lot more years left. But we soon need to recognize those contributions that those men made. And you look on the wall in this honorable house, it's only a few of us that ever make it to this house. You know, and sacrifice, and made significant sacrifice for the advancement and development of this country. It's not easy to serve in public life. You know, the member for the 7th who is here, who served 20 years of his life, gave to people of the 7th district and his territory. It's not easy. So when persons have served, we need to acknowledge them. We need to give them their due. So I support you, Minister of Education. I think you come up from a bright bushel. I know you're going to find a way to make it happen. And we will work together to make that happen. But again, I stand, Mr. Speaker, here today in solidarity with all the members of this honorable house. On behalf of myself, the people of the 8th District, my family, and all the persons of this territory, we owe you, Mr. Idris O'Neill, Abby, the rest of your siblings, a debt of gratitude for the life of this great man who has served not just the people of the 9th District, but the people of this entire territory well. He has served this territory with integrity. He has served it with honor. He has served as a true statesman, one of those rare transformational leaders, one of those once-in-a-lifetime leaders. And we had the privilege here in the Virgin Islands to benefit from his wisdom, from his love for this country, and from his passion to make this country better. We salute him and we thank you.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition. And at this time, I recognize the Premier and Minister of Finance and member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my voice to give tribute to a person that can only be termed as one of our modern-day heroes, and a person, Mr. Speaker, whose legacy will live on forever, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join in concert with all the previous speakers with what they have said. And Mr. Speaker, I join with the member of the 3rd District, especially at this time, because both the member of the 3rd and myself will be the only two in this honorable house at this time that actually serve a large portion of the latter part of Mr. O'Neill's political career with him, as we served together for about 16 years it was with him. So 16 years I've served with Mr. O'Neill and have a lot of stories. He was the one that was the head of the ship when we came into politics. And I saw a lot of days, Mr. O'Neill, which taught me a lot of things that helped me now to be a better leader than I would have been had I not met Mr. O'Neill. And one of the things that I remember when I got into politics, the member of the Seventh said that I came in with a lot of zest and a lot of zeal, and I thought that this thing was like abracadabra. You just say you want it done today, you go down by the office and you get it done today. And one of the most annoying things that I've learned in politics that up to this day I still have to learn how to deal with it, even as premier, is that some of the bureaucracy gets in the way. And I don't blame anyone. I've come to learn, even as premier, that we've been allowed to be set up in a system that's designed not to allow for progress, but to make us feel that we're progressing. The system, what we have, has been given to us, and it's time to challenge that system to get something that works. And you can, and when I sat and I learned this after a few years, I realized that Mr. O'Neill learned to pace himself. And I liken it on to a relay race in life. But the only thing is, when you're leading a territory, the relay race never comes to an end until the world ends. But when you get the baton, your duty is to run as fast as you can. Stay in your lane, and then get to pass the baton off to the next person that's running. No. And the next person that runs the race now has to run according to their perspective of life. Keep running hard and make sure that they continue that journey in that relay and pass the baton on. While a relay race will always have a finish, and in real life, in terms of real relay actually happening in life, most persons would put the fastest runner to the end to make sure that they have the best advantage to come in first after the relay race is finished. And Ms. Idris O'Neill would understand, because she was an athlete running a lot of these races. It was before my time, but I understand that she was one of the best athletes that this territory had ever seen. But in politics and leadership, there's no end to the relay race, because it's ongoing. But each one of us in the leg that we run have to run understanding that the true victory is once the territory does well, then all who ran the race are victorious. And that is key. Because one thing I've learned, and sometimes some of the public officers and even those in charge of the public officers don't understand me sometimes, is that I've learned that you have a set time to get things done before your time comes to get off the stage. And if you don't believe me, just look at this chair that I'm here sitting down in. I was a young fellow when I remember looking in these hollow walls, and I saw Honorable H.L. Stowe sitting, and then I saw Honorable C.B. Romney sitting, Honorable H.L. Stowe sitting, then you saw Honorable R.T. O'Neill sitting, then you saw Dr. D. Orlando Smith sitting, then you saw R.T. O'Neill sitting, then I saw Dr. D. Orlando Smith sitting, and now I'm sitting. But I recognized something with all of them, that there's a time span, and you have to do, as Precious said in this song, do what you have to do and done before you get done, before you're done. And Mr. O'Neill did what he had to do, and his time in life has passed, and his memory forever now will have to last. And we remember him tremendously. We've heard members say a lot of things. One of the things that Mr. O'Neill and me used to clash for is that he didn't like fanfare. Not that I was an avid fan of fanfare, but one of the things that politics had evolved over the time is that the BVI was so small in population that everyone, knew what you were doing. Just pass a little water mouth here and it passed through. But I recognize that while we were solving together, that the time had come when the BVI had expanded in population, and the way you were doing public relations for people to understand what your government was doing had changed. But he used to say, man, I ain't taking no picture, I'm not sending out anything, and he was humble about it, and he meant it in a good way. And I used to say, Mr. O'Neill, the problem with that is that whether or not the marketing on the other side is true or not, it's getting out there. And you're doing more than what you've been given credit for, but it's not getting out there. And one thing about politics anywhere is that anything that is said over and over, whether it's true or not, it becomes truth. And if there's nothing there to say otherwise, then that becomes a fact. So because of his humbleness, he did not believe in ever promoting himself. As a matter of fact, he would resent it profusely because of his humbleness. And we heard things already. The North Song Road that he did, I could only imagine. I saw pictures of how North Song was before he did the road. Now people drive that North Song Road every day, and I'm not even sure that some of them, when they drive it, even say, God bless Harry O'Neill. Because sometimes, as the Minister of Health says, Shakespeare said, the good that you do, it's often dirt. Yes, often interred in your bones. So we have the Anegada Roads. Mr. O'Neill started that project, one which has to be continued. And the Brigada Flax Center, both the secondary and the primary. And it's the story how he got that building there, because he did not get it through being with a school. There were those who were trying to get in on him like they tried to get in on us even now. And when they were finished building it, he told them, I think that we could change the purpose of this and make it to be a school. And that's how Brigada Flax School came into being. I remember that was 1982 when it opened, because there were some students from Virgin Gorda going to high school with us at the time. I had just gone into high school, and we just know that they disappeared. And we asked, well, what happened? They told me a new high school in Virgin Gorda had opened. And to me, that is one of his greatest accomplishments. And I'm going to explain to you why. When you calculate how much money Virgin Guardians had to pay to come down here to go to school, just to go to high school, that was a lot of money. And when you had to look and see how many Virgin Guardians who could not afford it, that didn't get to come down to go to school and missed out on high school, that too was a travesty. And when you look and see those Virgin Guardians who couldn't afford to pay to come down all the time, but took a chance and allowed their children to be able to be housed by others, and some of them treated them well, and some of them did not. And that was a travesty with those who were not treated well. So the Virgin Guardians got a lot of what we call knockabout, only from some of the people in Tortola in those days. And it sounds hard, but that is the truth. That was a fact. And Mr. O'Neill went and he got that school open. One day I sat down and I calculate on an average the fees to get the ferry. And when I was finished calculating from then to now, you're looking at close to about $15 million that he would have saved the Virgin Guardians. But what they have now is greater than that. Virgin Guardians are known now to be some of the brightest persons now since that school came about, and even before. The Chief Justice of Virgin Guardian, taught and dealt with by Mr. O'Neill, even in his teaching days. So every student that goes to the Brigada Flax School, whether secondary or primary, every person that drives the North Song Road, every person that goes by the cruise ship dock, even though it's extended even more now, every person that drives on the 4-lane highway, every person now that can purchase a belonger, that can purchase lands that go up for auction, because Mr. O'Neill was the one who closed the loophole. When there was a time when the banks would auction your property and you did not need a non-belonger alien land holdings license at the time once it was done through an auction. And that was a loophole where non-belongers were getting lands without a license. Mr. O'Neill closed that loophole, recognized it, and passed legislation to close that loophole. So anyone who gets land through the actions of the bank is also has to be thankful to Mr. O'Neill. And when you look and see that Mr. Hunt, one of our former attorney generals, were in here, in his book, he clearly articulated it in his book, where he said that Mr. O'Neill was the one who, in the opposition, seconded the motion for the BVI International Business Companies Act 1984, and he was in the opposition, he seconded to bring that act into being and pass in this House, one that we enjoy up to this day. When we look and see that you have Mr. O'Neill that sat in the opposition, and when the government side was in disarray only over the topic of Social Security, and they couldn't get the full numbers, and they needed one more to pass, Mr. O'Neill, even in the opposition, the leader of opposition, get up and said, I will second this and pass it, to give us a Social Security program that we have today. And when you look and see that we celebrate, and there were those who were pushing, like Ms. Stout and others, for the H.L. Stout holiday, and Mr. O'Neill, in his wisdom as a leader, said, it is time for us to recognize H.L. Stout's accomplishments and have a holiday in his honor. So when we have persons who benefit from all of these, and even for taking HLSCC over, in addition to the campus, over to Virgin, when you see all of these and more, we can say what I always say, that the late but great Robert Lester Marley said in his song, that you're going to feel tired to see Ralph T. O'Neill's face, but you can't get him out of the race. Because every child that goes to Brigada Flags is a face of R.T. O'Neill. Everyone that drives on the road in North Song, where they could drive now in that road, paved, are driving and seeing the face of R.T. O'Neill. Everyone that drives on a 4-lane highway, whenever you drive, whether you believe it or not, you're driving and seeing the face of the late but great R.T. O'Neill. And there was someone that said, and I don't remember who it was, so I don't take credit for these words, but they said that when we walk every day on the grounds, we're walking on the ashes of our forefathers. And now this is one of those times, now that he has gone, that whenever we drive on the highway, wherever we go to school, Brigada Flags, whenever we do many things here that we do not equate his name to, because he did not have the fanfare of putting his name to them, but they were him. They were because of him. And they were him because he cared about the territory. So whenever we walk on these grounds, on these roads, we're walking on the ashes now of the great late R.T. O'Neill. So I would not rehash a lot of what was said before, other than to put it in perspective of the kind of leadership that we had with R.T. O'Neill. And I remember that the Attorney General rightfully said that, he said, I used to say all the time, I'm not perfect, but I try. And I've learned to add and adjust that philosophy to tell people now as Premier that I'm not perfect, but I'm continuing to walk towards perfection with the help of a perfect God. And that's the attitude you have to take as leadership. And I've learned also a lot from Mr. O'Neill that I have to put in practice now, because being a Premier and being a district representative is not a simple feat. Because both require full-time. And none can get full-time. But you still have to find full-time and find time with family and everyone else. And none understands that you can't do full-time. As a matter of fact, the only one that sympathizes the most, given the schedule, is the family. Which Mr. O'Neill, you, your daughter, and Mr. O'Neill's other 3 children, they're paid a price. You're paid a price. It is a price that nobody on this earth other than whoever has been in leadership in politics could understand. You paid a price with finances. You paid a price with your health. You paid a price with those who you have done good for, but they never could see it because they only see the bad. And it's very easy to look at some of those experiences and become bitter. But know that the God who put you on the earth never put you through anything to become bitter, but instead he put you through it to become better. And know something, that every one of us on this earth has been born for purpose, in purpose, God's purpose. And do not regret a moment of it, because it's easy to regret certain things that have happened or continue to happen and say, look how many years I've put in, but look what has happened. But remember, at the end of the day, the goal is not only here on the land, what we see, but it's over there when God says, well done, my good and faithful servant. And I told a lot of persons here someday that in the Bible says that the Lord said, praise me now, so that when the time of judgment comes, I will not say, depart from me then, because I know you not. And Ms. O'Neill, can I tell you that a lot of people have that judgment to be when you die. But can I tell you it's not then? You keep praising God no matter what happened. Because when you praise God, your then could be that you're in financial need. But because you praise him then, he will remember you then. Your praise could be that you don't have all that you need, and you look and you see that your husband has served for so many years and look where you are now. But remember, once you keep praising God all the time, when your then moment comes, he will be there for you. When any one of us in here who will tell you that we'll be there for you forever, but when the funeral is finished, you'll never see some of them again, remember that although you're not seeing them, God is there with you. So if you keep praising him now, he will be there for you in your then moments. So the then moment is not when the judgment day comes and he's deciphering who will go to heaven and who will go to hell. A lot of people have given this philosophy over the years and they're fooled, a lot of people. That will come. But your then moment he's talking about is what is happening now. Are you praising him now? So that when your then moment comes, he will be there for you then, because you're there for him now. And I implore you, as much as I implore myself, because whenever you encourage anyone, you're also encouraging yourself to keep praising God now. So when that then moment comes, you, your daughter, his entire family, the Lord will respond to your requests in many ways. I thank you for sharing Mr. O'Neill with us. I thank you, Abby, and all the family for sharing him with us. I thank God for allowing him to be here and for him to allow God to use him so that he can fulfill purpose, so that most of us now can come through and fulfill purpose. So I agree with those when they say we need a holiday. I call it the Ancestors/Leaders Day. Because we need a day when we could remember our ancestors and our leaders. And we'll discuss that more. So, Ms. O'Neill, all I can say to you is that I believe in studying the mathematics and the science and engineers. I love that. I was never good in the English, but I got there after a while. So I'm not a lawyer like the Attorney General and others. So I always put things to a parable because of the village I grew up in, and I always put things mathematically because that's what I love. So I end by telling you that may God multiply his favor for you and your family. May God always subtract you and your family's worries. May God add his wisdom to you and your family. May God divide your enemies for you and your family. May your prosperity be exponentially increased. May his grace equal his mercy for you and your family. And may the peace of the Lord forever be upon you. Because I want you to know, Ms. O'Neill, that despite your husband has gone, may the love of God always be with you and your family, and may it be infinite, so that all the way to infinity and back, you will know that your husband served, God is pleased, and you now have to run the relay race with the baton to make sure that his work wasn't in vain, your life isn't in vain. And I guarantee you with all my heart that as the premier taking over the reign, that I will make sure with my members that the BVIs will never become in vain for the work that he and other leaders have done. So God bless him, and may his soul forever rest in peace.
I thank the Premier and Leader of Government Business for his contribution. That brings the end of members' contribution on this or special sitting in honor of the late Ralph T. O'Neill, OB, Member Emeritus. I call on the clerk.
Item number 4, adjournment.
Is there a motion for adjournment?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Motion has been moved and seconded that this House be adjourned, sine die. Those in favor? Those against? This Honorable House is now adjourned, sine die.